Order. Good afternoon. We will now begin the orders of the day, starting with the daily routine. We will begin with presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition entitled, "Whereas the current 2% rent cap is scheduled to increase to 5% in 2024, which it has, expiring in 2025, and whereas the cost of living in Nova Scotia is escalating at a pace which has not been seen in 40 years, and whereas a majority of Canadians live in jurisdictions with permanent rent control. Therefore, we, the undersigned, call on the government in Nova Scotia to implement permanent legislative rent control in Nova Scotia. There are 50 names, and I have affixed my signature as per rules of the House."
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, as Vice Chair of the Committee on Law Amendments, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 407, an act to consolidate the town of Antigonish and the municipality of the County of Antigonish. The committee recommends this bill to the favourable consideration of the House without amendments.
Order that this bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of my colleagues on all sides of the House, I beg leave to table the annual report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Are there any further tabling reports, regulations, and other papers? I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table two documents that I will refer to in my member statement. One entitled, "New Report Reveals Alarming Growth in Both Prevalence and Cost of Eating Disorders and Types of Eating Disorders."
The report is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Victoria, the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition that was ruled out of order by the clerks, but to make the concerns known to the public as part of the member statement I'll be making that later on.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Service Commission and African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Before I read my government notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a special honor for me to acknowledge the presence of powerful women from the African Nova Scotian community in the House. Let me start with guests sitting in the gallery, and I ask them to rise and accept the warm welcome of the House. Tia Upshaw, the dynamic CEO of the Canadian Black Women in Excellence Society. Dr. Afua Cooper, professor in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at Dalhousie University. Dr. Cooper is chair of the scholarly panel on the Lord Dalhousie's relationship to race and slavery and founded the Black Canadian Studies Association. Dr. Teresa Rajak-Talley, Vice Provost of Equity and Inclusion, full professor in Pan-African Studies and graduate faculty of Sociology and Anthropology at Dalhousie University. Tracy Thomas, Associate Deputy Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs. Anne Devine, founder and CEO of Asante Leadership and PDS. Habiba Diallo, author of #Black in School. And on the floor, Susie Hansen, MLA for Halifax Meeting. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas women have played a crucial role in shaping our societies through their resilience, innovation, and unwavering commitment to justice and equality, overcoming systemic barriers and contributing significantly to the advancement of civil rights, science, art, literature, politics, and so many more. And whereas women representing 49.75% of the world's population are making strides to amplify their voices and advocate for their rights, at the same time challenging gender stereotypes and biases. Whereas tomorrow, March 8th, International Women's Day, is celebrated all over the world, honoring the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women, and serves as a call to action for advancing gender parity. And therefore, be it resolved that all members of the Legislative Assembly reaffirm their dedication to celebrating women's achievements and recognizing their resilience by committing to foster an inclusive environment where every woman, regardless of her background, has the opportunity to thrive and lead. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of motion and passage without debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Welcome. Any further? Oh, I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A tough act to follow for sure. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following congratulatory resolution. Whereas Farm Safety Nova Scotia is an organization dedicated to the safety of all those involved in the agriculture industry, working to promote a safety-first mindset here in our province. And whereas nothing could be more important than making sure hardworking people come home to their families. And whereas March 10th to the 16th is Canadian Agriculture Safety Week, a week where we take the time to consider how important good safety practices are within the agricultural sector. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House join me in both thanking Farm Safety Nova Scotia for all they do to encourage safety in Nova Scotia agriculture and in expressing our complete support for Canadian Agriculture Safety Week and the safety of this province's farmers. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2000, the Agricultural Marshland Conservation Act.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2000, the Agricultural Marshland Conservation Act.
Bill 427, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2000, the Agricultural Marshland Conservation Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Expand Agriculture in Nova Scotia. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Annapolis begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Expand Agricultural in Nova Scotia.
Bill 428, an act to expand agriculture in Nova Scotia.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Increase Funding to the Justice System.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Increase Funding to the Justice System.
Bill 429, an act to increase funding to the justice system.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 179 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Forests Act, respecting forest cleanups following natural disasters.
The Honourable Member for Clare begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 179 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Forests Act, respecting forest cleanups following natural disasters.
Bill 430, an act to amend Chapter 179 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Forests Act, respecting forest cleanups following natural disasters.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2004, the Police Act.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2004, the Police Act.
Bill 431, an act to amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 2004, the Police Act.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my statement about Alan Sullivan, who was an extraordinary volunteer in our community, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in your gallery, I'm honored to introduce members of Alan's family. If you could please rise. Joining us today, his wife, Anne Sullivan, their daughter, Cheryl Sullivan Hannell, and her husband, Jerry, and Alan and Anne's son, Michael, and grandson, Luke. I would ask all of you to rise, or you have risen. I'd ask all of you to accept the warm welcome, much deserved welcome at this house.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over this past week, family, friends, and community said goodbye to Alan Sullivan, a remarkable, humble man who was a model of community kindness and service to others. Al, or Uncle Al, as he was known to many, was passionate about giving to community. He served 41 years as an active firefighter with the Pleasantville Fire Department and volunteered with Autism Nova Scotia, the Bridgewater Area Lions Club, and Pence Elementary. He was a supporter of Relay for Life and the Gift of Heart Radiothon. He even helped Santa at the EHS Great Holiday Food Drive. Near and dear to their hearts, Alan and his wife Anne worked to create the South Shore Regional Hospital Journey Room, a cancer care room where they actively volunteered. These were just a few of the many groups that Al supported, and he was well decorated for his volunteerism. He received the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond and Platinum Jubilee medals and was District of Lunenburg 2008 Nova Scotia Provincial Volunteer Representative, among many others. In honor of Alan's memory, his family encouraged us to give an act of service wherever we see a need. Alan was passionate about spreading the message that if everyone would do one thing to help those around us, our world would be a better place. And I can think of no better tribute for this generous and caring man who will be deeply missed. Madam Speaker, I ask members to rise for a moment of silence in memory and celebration of Al Sullivan.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
I'd like to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined by Chief Andrea Paul, Regional Chief for the Nova Scotia Assembly of First Nations, Ms. Stacy Juckett-Chestnut, Race Director and Founder of Soul Sisters, Ms. Micheline Gelina, Executive Director of the Fédération des Femmes Acadiennes de la Nouvelle-Écosse, Ms. Mélodie Jacot-Paret, Representative of the Acadian and Francophone Women for the Halifax area of the Fédération des Femmes Acadiennes de la Nouvelle-Écosse, Ms. Sue Utek, Executive Director of the Spring Garden Area Business Association, and Merve Tabuku, Communications for the same organization. Please enjoy the warm welcome of the House. Please stand and be recognized and join the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow is International Women's Day, a time where we celebrate the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. This day also marks a call to action for accelerating women's equality in our province and country. Today, we recognize the leadership of our guests, each of whom is playing a unique role in their communities, whether it's supporting business and commercial development on Spring Garden Road, advancing issues for Francophone women within communities throughout Nova Scotia, or supporting women to become healthier through exercise and running. These women are extraordinary community leaders and deserve our praise in the House. We especially want to recognize Chief Andrea Paul, who is the first Nova Scotia Aboriginal woman ever to be elected as the Chief for the Nova Scotia Assembly of First Nations. A historic achievement, which we applaud along with those of our accomplished guests. Each plays a crucial role in building a future where Nova Scotia women can reach their full potential, because we know women's success is everyone's success, Madam Speaker. We thank these individuals for their leadership and the sacrifices they have made along the way as they continue their respective journeys to create pathways for success for women in Nova Scotia and beyond. Thank you so much.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make a couple of introductions relative to my member statements.
Yes, please go ahead.
In the gallery today, we are joined by Shalene Jones, who's the Executive Director of Eating Disorders Nova Scotia, and Haley Bailey, who's a board member from Eating Disorders Nova Scotia. I ask them to rise and accept our warm welcome.
Welcome, enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, Eating Disorders Nova Scotia was founded by a group of women who knew firsthand the importance of community support in recovery. Hundreds of people are helped along their path to recovery each year. Youth, older adults, trans folks, BIPOC communities, and more by a team of peer supporters, therapists, and dietitians. In 2023, the Public Health Agency of Canada recognized the good work being done here in Nova Scotia and awarded funding to launch a national program, Body Peace Canada. This program aims to reduce inequalities such as barriers to access. A referral or diagnosis is not needed to access support, and the program is free. Traditionally marginalized groups like trans youth experiencing eating disorders are able to find community. Since starting just last year, Body Peace Canada has already served over 1,100 people. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to congratulate Shalene, Haley, and the whole team at Eating Disorders Nova Scotia for taking a successful Nova Scotia model nationwide.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jill Myers from the community of Parsboro. When Parsboro lost its minor hockey program in 2015, Jill decided to do something about it. She, with the help of her husband and the community, started Minor Hockey League in the community. All the gear and equipment was either donated or provided by Sport Nova Scotia, ensuring that at least 32 children were able to be equipped and ready to play this past season in the Parsboro Arena. This coming Sunday, Squad Red will be playing against Squad Blue to show off their talents at 5 p.m. So come out and support them. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking Jill and all the volunteers in the Parsboro area to ensure these kids were able to play hockey once again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, in recognition of International Women's Day tomorrow, I rise to thank a special constituent of mine who's also a dear friend, Tripta Devishal. Tripta is a retired physiotherapist, has been a pivotal part of the Litter Prevention Committee, a group of community leaders who are passionate about making Clayton Park West the cleanest neighborhood in HRM. Tripta is always available to help organize our litter pickers and showing up at each cleanup with gloves and bags. In her other spare time, Tripta volunteers with Elders Dogs Canada and helps teach English at the local library. Our community is richer and cleaner with citizens like Tripta who contribute their time and talent. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in thanking Tripta for her contributions for a clean environment and helping fellow neighbors whenever are needed. Thank you. Whenever she's needed.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the heroes of Unifor Local 100 who are currently on a very wet picket line at the Autoport in Eastern Passage. In the face of an inflationary crisis, they are standing up for themselves, their families, and all workers in Nova Scotia. While CN Rail has posted a profit of $4.5 billion, and while share values have increased by 57% last year, they don't seem to think they should share that windfall with the workers who created the success. Not only that, but 8 hours after the strike had started, they had train scabs working, which calls into question whether they ever bargained in good faith to begin with. One of the best ways to solve the impact of our inflationary crisis for Nova Scotians is to increase wages, to make sure that workers can provide for themselves and their families, and the heroes of Unifor Local 100 are doing just that. On behalf of Nova Scotia New Democrats and all workers in the province, I want to thank them and let them know that we stand in support and solidarity.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the remarkable efforts of the East Dalhousie Community Club and its chair, Tony Matthews. The East Dalhousie Community Club stands as a beacon of community spirit and engagement. The club has consistently gone above and beyond in providing enriching events and opportunities for residents of all ages. From educational workshops, community suppers, exercise opportunities, various community meetings, their Christmas tree lighting and carols, their summer fair, the calendar is filled with events that bring the community together in meaningful ways. Tony Matthews, his chair, and his team of dedicated volunteers have been instrumental in fostering a sense of unity and camaraderie with the small rural community out in the corner of Kings County. The club's tireless dedication to the betterment of their community is truly commendable. Through Tony's leadership, the club has become a vital hub for social interaction, recreation, and personal growth for residents of all ages. I urge my fellow members to join me in recognizing the invaluable contributions of the East Dalhousie Community Club and its chair, Tony Matthews. Their unwavering commitment to enhancing the quality of life for those in their community exemplifies the best of Nova Scotia's community spirit, where everyone is always welcome. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I rise to wish a very happy 80th birthday to my mom, Donna Tilley. She'll turn 80 next week, and we won't be here, so I wanted to make sure I got this member statement in for her. She's been the rock of our family. I just wanted to wish her a happy birthday and all the best for the next year. Can't wait to get home. Love you, Mom.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, New Glasgow-born Walter Borden is a provincial and national icon of stage and screen, and he also occupies the center of my very first memory of seeing theatre when he toured to my elementary school and performed in the gym in Shad Bay. In 2023, Nimbus Publishing released Borden's semi-autobiographical play, The Last Epistle of Tightrope Time, which he has been creating over the course of the last 48 years. The play draws upon Borden's life experiences as a black gay man and civil rights activist alongside the likes of Rocky and Joan Jones. It is considered one of the first Canadian theatrical productions to delve into male homosexuality from a black perspective. Excitingly, Tightrope Time is the first of 3 books acquired by Nimbus to be penned by Borden. The next 2 being poetry, the poetry collection called Africadian Mi'kmaq Songs in the Key of the Universal Anthem, and a memoir entitled A Word or Two Before I Go. I look forward to learning more about Walter Borden's life, or as he calls it in Tightrope Time, some itty-bitty madness between your twilight and your dawn. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in relation to what I tabled earlier, I wish to present the following member statement. Madam Speaker, in October of 2022, the emergency department at the Victoria County Memorial Hospital in Bedeck was closed and replaced with the Temporary Urgent Treatment Centre, or UTC, something the residents say has been neither consistent nor sustainable. The residents feel it is necessary that the Department of Health consider numerous issues within that petition, especially concerning more local engagement and providing a clear timeline for the reopening of the emergency department of VCMH. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the remarkable efforts of the Caisse Populaire de Clare, an exemplary corporate citizen in our area. Their staff go above and beyond their regular duties, especially during the holidays. The Caisse organizes successful toy and food drives for Christmas daddies, hosts Santa events, and spreads kindness through random acts such as distributing gift cards. Beyond these seasonal activities, the Caisse consistently supports local groups throughout the year, whether through financial contributions, as seen in their recent support for the Clare Special Olympics and Clare Search and Rescue, or through active participation in community events. Their dedication is unwavering. I ask that all members join me in recognizing a good corporate citizen like the Caisse Populaire de Clare, who truly are part of our community. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, eating disorders are complex, common, and serious mental illnesses impacting 7.8% of the population and are the third most common chronic illness amongst adolescents in Canada. Among children 5 to 12 years old, the rate of eating disorders is 2.6 per 100,000, far exceeding that of type 2 diabetes. A 2024 study from the Butterfly Foundation, which I tabled earlier, found a 21% increase in eating disorders over the past 10 years. Recovering from an eating disorder takes time, support, and often treatment from a multidisciplinary team. These are treatable diseases, especially when caught early, and everyone should have access to the resources they need for recovery. Madam Speaker, I invite all members to consider how to support Nova Scotians with eating disorders better through provincial programs.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Madam Speaker, on February 24th, Chelsea and Doris Singer celebrated their 70th wedding anniversary. At their celebration, the hall was packed with friends and family. 70 years together is a testament to their enduring love, commitment, and shared dreams. And I even asked Chesley, what's one thing that you would give as advice? All he did was point to Doris and say, this lady. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like all the members of the chamber in joining me in wishing Chesley and Doris a happy 70th anniversary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, today I'm pleased to acknowledge an impressive milestone recently reached by one of my volunteer fire departments in Annapolis. In 2023, the Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department celebrated its 150th anniversary. For a century and a half, this department has contributed so much to our community through responding to fires and other emergencies, providing safety education to residents, hosting community events, and much, much more. The great work of the department has saved lives and property and added so much to the vibrancy of the Bridgetown area. I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating the Bridgetown Volunteer Fire Department and on its 150th anniversary, and in thanking all members past and present for their efforts to make the community a better place to live. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to draw attention to Villains Theatre's new theatrical production, Deepwater, which was written by Dartmouth North resident Dan Bray and directed by another Dartmouth North resident, Burgundy Code. The play will make its world premiere at the Bus Stop Theatre in Halifax from March 13th to 17th. Deepwater is an original dark mystery which takes place in Hants County, Nova Scotia. Audiences accompany a police inspector as she looks into a seemingly inexplicable tragedy involving a recluse marine biologist and her young daughter. The play explores the unknowable nature of life and relationships and the ways that humans and deep-sea creatures alike must create our own light in the darkness. Dan Bray is the co-founder and artistic director of Villains Theatre. He's a Merit Award nominated and winning playwright and interdisciplinary theatre and visual artist. Burgundy Code, a Merit nominee and winner herself, is a 37-year-old veteran of the theatre in Nova Scotia, an actor, director, dramaturge, playwright, teacher. I'm thrilled that both of them have chosen Dartmouth North to call home, and I wish them lots of good wishes and broken legs on the opening of Deepwater.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place to recognize Dartmouth East resident Sergeant Phil Power of the Halifax Regional Police. Many folks in Dartmouth know Phil as the owner and operator of Grasshoppers Taekwondo. He serves on the Dartmouth Health Board, and he also is involved with the Dartmouth Whalers. But did you know, Madam Speaker, Sergeant Power is a true hero. On Tuesday evening, while at a meeting at the Micmac Tavern, it was brought to Sergeant Power's attention that someone was choking. And when he got to that person was non-responsive. Sergeant Power performed CPR for 7 minutes, and I'm happy to report to this House that that person is alive because of the heroic efforts of Sergeant Phil Power. And Madam Speaker, I'd ask all members of this legislature to thank Sergeant Power and all our Halifax Regional Police officers and all our first responders for what they do to serve Nova Scotians each and every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Danielle Metcalf-Chanel, the Nova Scotia-based author of Freddie the Flyer, and she's from Prospect. This beautifully illustrated picture book pays homage to aviator Freddie Carmichael, the first Indigenous commercial pilot in the Arctic, with each month of the year highlighting moments from his life, the beauty of the North and the power of dreams. Freddie has flown for 70 years, doing everything from supply runs to search and rescue to transporting dog teams to far-flung areas. The book celebrates Freddie's dreams of flying, his achievements, and the challenges he had to overcome, surviving residential school to get an education to become a pilot. The book has also received a spot on a coveted list, Dolly Parton Imagination Library. The Dolly Parton Foundation has given out millions of books to children worldwide, including over 3.5 million in Canada. The Dolly Parton Imagination Library was founded in '95 as a way for Dolly to honor her father, who struggled his entire life with literacy issues. The foundation puts books free of charge into the hands of children under the age of 5 to help fuel their imaginations and love of reading. I'd like the members of the host assembly to join me in congratulating Danielle for her success as an author. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today, in honor of International Women's Day tomorrow, I'd like to share a few words from a local constituent named Sarah Jewell. Women's voices. What if we stopped being polite? What if when a man says something insensitive or ignorant, offensive or out of line, we don't merely raise an eyebrow and put a hand to our chin, a universal sign that only another woman would recognize? What if we didn't just sit there in disbelief at what we're hearing? Listen to that voice screaming in our head that he needs to stop talking, needs to stop. What if we stopped listening to those other voices telling us just to be polite, be quiet, be good, be dutiful and obedient, sweet, accepting, and not make a scene? What if, when he finished speaking for now, finished disparaging for now, finished dismissing for now, finished not getting it for now? And I'll continue, Madam Speaker. Next statement.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, Chris Meadows, a former teacher and principal, is a pillar of compassion and community spirit in his retirement years. Meadows is known for his dedication to education and leadership. His skillfulness on the basketball court and softball field in his youth is now being channeled into supporting his community when they are in need. His kindness knows no bounds. His years of experience in education have equipped him with the patience and empathy needed to understand and assist those around him. Chris always finds time to socialize weekly with several of his former colleagues. These gatherings are often an opportunity to reminisce about old times. Additionally, he cherishes the moments spent with his lovely grandchildren, relishing the joy of watching them grow and learn. His bond with his grandchildren brings him immeasurable happiness and fulfillment in his retirement years. I personally have been very grateful to have Chris as a close friend and former colleague, and wish to thank him for his unwavering support over the years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to my place because in about a week, it's going to be an exciting time in Sydney. Sydney's hosting the World Women's Curling Championships. And there's going to be 12 countries participating. It's taking place between March 16th and 24th. And we'll be welcoming the world. I do want to give a big thanks to all the organizers and the sponsors that are involved. Cape Breton has a great track record of hosting international events, and I'm sure that this one will be second to none. So I rise to my place to recognize and thank everyone involved with bringing the World Women's Curling Championships to Sydney. I wish all the teams the very best and welcome them to our community, and we'll all be rooting for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, in honor of Women's Day tomorrow, I will finish sharing the words of a local constituent. What if we don't worry that we are on national television? What if we don't worry that there's a camera focused on our face or a microphone in front of our mouth? We don't worry we'll be called unreasonable or hysterical, out of line. What if when we are uncomfortable, when we are treated, when we are subjected to when we hear negative words, we stop being polite? What if we stopped being polite at home, at church, at work, on the street, on television, and simply said, stop talking? What if we stopped being polite? If he can't say anything nice, we will no longer say anything at all. And I send these words to my daughter, to my someday daughters-in-law, to my sisters, my friend, every woman, and especially the women here in this Nova Scotia legislature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River, Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to rise to congratulate a Beaverbank resident who is not only making waves here in Nova Scotia, but also in Nashville, Tennessee. Andrew Frelick is a country music artist whose duet with Amanda Riley, It's Christmas Time Again, won Holiday Song of the Year from the Josie Music Awards at the Grand Ole Opry House in Nashville. Woohoo is right. This is not the first time Andrew has won a Josie Music Award. Here at home, you may have seen him around playing at local events such as White Point or the Cavendish Beach Music Festival. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating our very own country music legend, Andrew Frelick, and wish him continued success with his music career. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm only sad that I wasn't able to do this statement yesterday when this individual was actually here in the chamber. Today I rise to celebrate Katie Kelly, the President and CEO of Maritime Interpretation and Translation Services, for her impressive leadership in promoting inclusive communication within our community. Under Katie's guidance, more than 70 interpreters are offering vital interpreting and translation services to those in need. Their mission to fortify our community through language and communication is commendable, ensuring clarity and understanding for all of the non-English speaking clients that exist in our community. With a client base spanning both government and private sectors, her team has completed over 2,900 assignments in 45 unique languages, bridging the communication gap and promoting accessibility for all. As a woman-owned business, Maritime Interpretation and Translation Services exemplifies empowerment and inclusivity. This impressive team continues to make a meaningful difference in countless lives, fostering a more connected and understanding society. Madam Speaker, let us applaud Katie Kelly and Maritime Interpretation and Translation Services for their commitment to breaking down language barriers and building a more inclusive community. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to retract 2 words I used in the question period yesterday. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for doing that. This would be a good opportunity maybe to have the member from Dartmouth North retract and apologize as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to, I just want to say what I was reacting to yesterday is a long-standing thing that I've observed in Canadian politics across the country and probably all over the world, where women political leaders are often characterized as being negative. And so that's what I was reacting to yesterday. That is what is misogyny, and that is what I called out yesterday, and I'm sorry that I did it in an unparliamentary way, Madam Speaker. So I apologize. I apologize for my words. I apologize for my words, and I retract my statement.
To the member for Dartmouth North, I would kindly ask, just the retraction seemed to be more qualified by a preamble. So I kindly ask if you would just stand in your place and please confirm just the retraction and then apologize. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
I retract the 2 words I used yesterday that were unparliamentary.
And apologize, please.
I'm sorry, I will apologize, but Madam Speaker, and I don't mean to challenge the chair, I believe the Premier was also asked to apologize, and I did not hear an apology from the Premier.
Just to clarify for the House, yesterday the Premier on his own stood in his place without the Speaker actually requesting him to stand, and did apologize and retract the statements, and then once again today was asked to retract. If we look at it, where I've received advice, the Premier is not actually required to apologize, because apologizing for yesterday when he stood in his place, as well as the Premier's remarks, had been ruled unparliamentary language. So the language that he used as a generalized statement and not language that was described as an individual. The choice of language used by the honourable member for Dartmouth North was used as a personal attack against the individual in the case of the Premier. Therefore, today I had to ask the honourable member for Dartmouth North to retract and apologize. And that is my ruling on this, and I believe that it's been fair, and I would like us, we're off to a great start today, and for that I would like to move forward. Yes, the member for Dartmouth North did stand up again and retract and apologized. But again, my comments just a few minutes ago were addressing the fact that, yes, the member from Dartmouth North stood and used qualified by using a preamble. I asked the member for Dartmouth North to stand again in her place and retract and apologize. She stood in her place and she retracted and didn't apologize, but I asked her to stand again, and she did apologize. So again, I think that we're off to a good start. So let's move on from here, and we'll begin going back with statements. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the accomplishments of 17-year-old Rhea Stewart, one of Canada's top young female hockey players. In August, Stewart made Cape Breton Eagles history as the first female ever to attend the team's training camp and played in a preseason game with the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League team. In her 30 minutes of play, Stewart stopped all 24 shots she faced. Stewart played for Team Nova Scotia at the 2023 Canada Winter Games, where Nova Scotia took home a silver medal. This past January, Rhea played for Team Canada at the 2024 IIHF U18 Women's World Championships in Switzerland, where Canada brought home bronze medal. She also scored the top goaltender of the tournament. Next year, Stewart will play college at the University of Wisconsin. Cape Breton and Nova Scotia are all very proud of you, and we'll keep cheering you on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I just want to recognize the CPA boys hockey team. It was a great week for CPA athletics in general. The boys hockey team, which has been very successful over the past few seasons, reached the provincial final. Unfortunately, fell just short, losing in overtime to Citadel High 2-1. But the boys, of course, had a fantastic season to finish second in the province, and also had an amazing Twitter account. So it was very easy to follow along with how the team was doing. So I want to congratulate the CPA boys hockey team on their second place finish and wish them the best of luck next season. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to wish Vangie Babin from Antigonish a happy and healthy retirement. December 21st, 2023 marked Vangie's last day as the Women's Service Coordinator and Office Manager at the Antigonish Women's Centre and Sexual Assault Centre, where Vangie held this position for 29 years. I have rarely seen Vangie without a smile on her face. She has offered positive, unconditional, and warm support to so many over her tenure, and she truly treats everyone she meets with compassion and kindness. She has dedicated her career to helping people, and I know that many people have benefited from her reassuring presence, including myself. I ask all members of this House to thank Vangie for her years of service to the women, girls, two-spirited, and non-binary people in our community, and I know she and her husband Philip will thoroughly enjoy her retirement. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Jill's Bridge Connection and club owner Jill McCormick. Jill has been a teacher of bridge lessons and director of games since before the turn of the century, and she enjoys the endless pleasure in the company of other bridge players almost as much as winning the game. Jill's Bridge Connection recently opened in Millstone Square on Baker Drive in Dartmouth. The Bridge Connection offers courses, workshops, drop-in sessions, and practice sessions on a schedule crafted to help accommodate traffic challenges. Everyone is welcome at the club, and no one will ever be refused a game for not having a partner or being about to pay for admission. Jill's philosophy is that the only requirement to play at the Bridge Connection is the ability to get along and exhibit great sportsmanship. Whether new to bridge or a returning player, stop by Jill's Bridge Connection and join her and her team as to host the Connect or Reconnect with Bridge in their pleasant, safe environment. And Madam Speaker, thank you and happy International Women's Day.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember Pamela Seeger, a champion of documentary filmmaking in this province, who passed away January 22nd at the tender age of 50. I've known Pamela for 20 years since she brought her shining light back to her native province following a career in financial services out west. She was my daughter's dance teacher for a time, and I often marveled at her personal grace as well as her skills as a choreographer and coach. But it was through her contributions as a founder and executive and artistic director of the Lunenburg Dock Fest that Pamela truly made her mark. driven by her belief that documentary film can inspire change, even as it entertains and educates. She grew DocFest into an event of international status. Along the way, she raised the profile and aspirations of our province's documentary film community. Madam Speaker, I ask members to join me in celebrating Pamela's legacy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize the member of Bristol today, inviting a very powerful woman of members of our community. We know March 8th is International Women's Day, and I'm happy to see at this House and the member of Bristol inviting this kind of leaders for our community and to showcase what they do and their impact for our community. I'd like to ask members of this House to join me and to thank for the member of the Bristol. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate a Nova Scotian artist on a recent award. James Middleton received a Certificate of Merit from the Portrait Society of Canada for his portrait of blue-collar CEO Mandy Renahan. This portrait is one of a series of paintings of Nova Scotia business leaders. They hang in the Nova Scotia Business Hall of Fame gallery housed at Dalhousie University's Faculty of Management. Mr. Middleton's style has been termed by some as impressionistic realism. His work has been recognized by many organizations and publications. I had the honor of getting to know Mr. Middleton a little bit when he painted the portrait of another Nova Scotian leader. His portrait of the 36th Speaker of the House of Commons currently hangs just outside the chamber on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. Mr. Middleton was a delight to work with, very thoughtful, and we were so pleased with his portrait of Jeff. I wish him many more years of painting, both portraits and landscapes.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate 10-year-old Kentville resident Vaughn Imlay Price, who is a scholarship recipient to a summer training program at the prestigious Royal Winnipeg Ballet School. The Royal Winnipeg Ballet School, founded in 1939, is Canada's oldest ballet company and the longest continuously operating ballet company in North America. Van Imlay Price has been attending ballet classes for 7 years. Ballet provides the opportunity for young learners to understand body movement, musicality, how to dance together as a group, as well as the ability to perform, which builds confidence and focus. Madam Speaker, please join me today in congratulating Vaughn Imlay Price, the recipient of this prestigious Royal Winnipeg Ballet Scholarship. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, I want to wish my Aunt Minnie Parsons a happy 93rd birthday next week, March 13th. She's the history of our family, and she's an amazing, energetic, lovely lady. She's beautiful. Thank you. Happy birthday, Minnie.
The time is now 2 o'clock. It's time for questions by members to be put to ministers. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier who ran on being loyal to Nova Scotia and encouraging purchasing of Nova Scotia products is now using taxpayers' money to subsidize the importation of grape juice to compete with locally grown grapes and the wines that are produced with it. He has said that it is a trade issue. We know that's not the case. There's nothing in the World Trade Organization agreement that prescribes this sort of behavior or action. There's no other jurisdiction that was implicated in that trade agreement that are moving forward with this. And now we have confirmation from MP Cody Blois that to say this is related to a trade issue is a complete fallacy, and I'll table that. Madam Speaker, if the government's decision to do this was not based on trade and more based on economic input and activity, can the Premier please tell us how many jobs this new program is going to create for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you for the, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. This is an important issue. Our wine industry is incredibly important to our province. That's why, as a government, we've been supporting the wine industry in ways we can. We'll look for ways to continue to support them. This is a trade issue. I did see the letter from Member of Parliament Cody Blois, and in his letter, he says, the policy, as stated, would allow anyone to start a winery and receive taxpayer dollars to import the cheapest grapes possible, bottle it here, and then sell it through the NSLC as Nova Scotian. That's absolutely false. To be Nova Scotian wine, it requires a certain content of Nova Scotia grapes. But you know why he thinks that? Because the member opposite is spreading those types of rumors. He's absolutely wrong. Cody Blois is a nice guy. He's wrong on this. He's also wrong on the carbon tax, but we support the wine industry and will continue to do that.
The Leader of the Official Opposition on his second supplementary.
Madam Speaker, myself, the MP, Cody Blois, are voicing the concerns of an industry that's been very vocal on this. And what the Premier is doing is using tax dollars to import cheap grape juice so that that cheaper product will then compete with Nova Scotia grown products on the shelves of the NSLC. This is going to create an existential issue for those that are putting money in the ground and growing grapes here and actually employing 1,100 people across this province. Madam Speaker, the Premier said to the press this week that this is going to be good for the economy. I'd wonder if the Premier could please table the economic study to suggest that this is going to improve the economy if it jeopardizes the grape growers of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I believe that the grapes that are grown in this province are unique, that they're wonderful, that they produce an amazing product, and that they can stand on their own merits. 65% of the wines are already sold and today are bottled elsewhere, most of that in Quebec. I think our wines can stand the test. I believe in them. We'll continue to look for ways to support them and help the industry in ways we can. We'll do it in a trade-compliant way, but we'll do it in a fair, honest way that's respectful of trade rulings and respectful of the opportunity for the industry. If the member really wanted to help the industry, there's many ways he could, and he can start with standing up against the carbon tax. That's the first place he can start.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, clearly the Premier doesn't have any economic analysis on this issue. And here's the issue. Yes, our local wineries are competing with a market share of 65% of wine that's bottled elsewhere. But guess what? None of that wine is subsidized previously by the taxpayers of Nova Scotia to compete against their own Nova Scotian companies. Now they're going to be. Madam Speaker, we know that there's not as much economic value out of bottling wine than there is growing grapes and producing wine. In fact, the industry tells us 6 people can bottle thousands of cases of wine in a day. 6 people compared to 1,100 that are working to grow grapes across this province. We know that imported wine has a value to Nova Scotia economy of $16. Whereas a product that's been produced here has $76. Madam Speaker, the economic numbers don't make sense.
Question.
Can the Premier please tell us why he thinks this is a good economic decision?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I just have to say I completely disagree with the member. The way that things are characterized is just completely, in my opinion, inaccurate. It shows that the member is only interested in political headlines. We know that to be the case. We've seen that in the Auditor General's report last week. The Auditor General said all that needed to be said about the member's approach to these issues in a report that is literally entitled Report on Misuse of Public Funds at the Liberal Association of Nova Scotia. That's the type of opposition party we're dealing with. We will continue to look for ways to grow this economy. We will continue to invest in Nova Scotians, just like the incredible budget that's before this House. Maybe the member will vote in support of that budget.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask about investment in schools. This province's capital region is rapidly growing. We hear about this all the time. 80% of last year's growth was in Halifax alone, and I'll table that. In 2022, in light of this, the HRCE submitted a request to the province for 8 new schools to be built. Last year, finally, the minister did announce schools for HRCE, but only 4. We still have no details, no locations, and no capital funding allocation. So my question to the Premier is, where are the HRM schools going and when?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is an absolute fact that our province is growing. Our province is growing at an incredible rate. The population of this province grew by almost 40,000 people last year. Last year alone, this is incredible growth. This is an amazing time in the history of our province. We are building new schools. We are investing in healthcare infrastructure. We are investing in Nova Scotians, and we will continue to invest in Nova Scotians because that is what is necessary at this point in the growth of this province. It's an amazing time to be living in Nova Scotia. I'm happy that we're going to be building new schools across this province, including 4 in the HRM.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
But that's the thing, Madam Speaker, we're not building new schools in HRM. The HRCE has added 8,000 students in the last 5 years. That's enough to fill 300 classrooms, and this growth is continuing. Anyone who works, learns, or sends their children to school knows something about the challenges our kids are facing. The president of the NSTU said that they were hoping the budget would signal a genuine desire on the part of government to create healthier, safer, and more sustainable learning environments for students and their teachers. Instead, what government delivered was the same old enrollment-based funding formula that's existed for the last decade. The government isn't doing anything faster or sooner when it comes to supporting children at school. Can the Premier tell the families in HRCE and across the province why our children are still stuck in overcrowded classrooms without enough teachers to teach them at this magnificent time for our province?
Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I believe I heard the member say, when I said we're building 4 schools, the member said, but no, you're not building schools. I believe that's what I heard the member say. We have a capital budget for schools this year, $208 million. We are investing in schools. We are investing in infrastructure. We're doing more, and we're doing it faster. 4 new schools is nothing to be negative about. I know that the NDP, I know the party is completely negative on many things, including 4 new schools. We're not negative on 4 new schools. We're positive. It means our province is growing. We will build up this province and invest in Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on our final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, I come into this beautiful room every day because I am so optimistic about the future of my 3 children who are in a school that is 70 years old after having been in a school that was 50 years old, that has no cafeteria and no prospect of being replaced. There are no schools currently being built in HRM. We have the promise of a future announcement. The benefit of small class sizes are clear. We know they result in students being more engaged, doing better on tests, and feeling more comfortable. Despite knowing the benefits, this government, with its low investments and slow developments, is continuing to pack students into classrooms. At least 28 classrooms in the Halifax school system are exceeding the caps right now, the hard caps. We need more schools, we need more teachers, and again, Madam Speaker, I will ask the Premier if he can tell us when the government is going to finally build the schools we need in HRM.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's an incredible budget before this House. And the faster that passes, the faster we can get the money out the door and invest in Nova Scotians. And I hope the members opposite will support the budget, a budget that invests in, for the first time in this province.
Please continue, Mr. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A budget that, for the first time in this province, invests in a school lunch program to support the students. A budget that invests in education, a budget that invests in Nova Scotians. We will continue to invest in all Nova Scotians, including those who are providing such an incredible service to our children in the education system. And I think we've shown that through our track record in working with Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I love that the Premier talks about the budget as if it even matters. He spent $3.7 billion outside of his own budget over the budget estimates. Don't talk like those budgets matter in this chamber. And if you actually read the other Auditor General reports, which he seems to choose not to pay attention to, he'd actually get some insight on that. But the Premier is more focused on leveling attacks on the opposition to deflect from a real issue that he's creating in our rural Nova Scotian economy. He is bringing in a subsidy program to import cheap grape juice to compete with locally grown grapes and locally produced product here in Nova Scotia, despite the fact that he ran on putting Nova Scotians first with local product. I've asked the Premier to table the economic analysis that substantiates this decision. He hasn't. Will he please table it now?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, we have, as I've stated, the last number of question periods now until the end of June to come up with a practice that is compliant, that responds to the trade challenge that was brought on upon us. My hope is that by the end of June, we will have something in place that is trade compliant, that the industry feels good about.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, the Minister says he has till the end of June, but he's been dishing out money to commercial bottlers since last summer. He told us that yesterday in the House. Could the Minister of Finance please tell us how much money has been given out to Devonian Coast from his government over the last year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we've been moving away from the preferential margins in place, and in that sense, we've been dishing it out, yes, since last June, to everyone, Madam Speaker, to everyone. And for the member to suggest we're dishing it out to one, it's not accurate, Madam Speaker. There you go. Not accurate.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can the Minister of Finance please tell this House right now how much money has been given to Devonian Coast?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the member is persisting to suggest that we're favoring one over another in terms of the amounts of money that have gone out since last June, Madam Speaker. What I will say, Madam Speaker, is that we have until the end of June to have a system in place that is acceptable, that meets the terms that are required to ensure that what we have in place for Nova Scotia wineries, to ensure that what we have in place for Nova Scotia wineries is compliant.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The issue is those subsidies were for companies that were putting money in the ground here where there was a serious economic output. The government is now using taxpayers' money to subsidize the importation of cheaper grape juice to compete with our local industry that's produced here. That's the issue. Will the minister please tell us, since they've made these decisions, how much money has been given out and when?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, our discussions continue. We have until the end of June. I don't know how many times I have to say it. The member will no doubt not accept what I have to say. What matters to me in the end is the industry, Madam Speaker. And my hope is that by the end of June, they will feel good about what is in place for their industry.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Madam Speaker, the minister keeps saying we have till the end of June to be trade compliant when he's been giving out money to commercial bottlers to compete with our locally grown grapes here in Nova Scotia and the wine that's produced by them. Why can't the minister answer this simple question? He's the Minister of Finance. He's in charge of the money. He signs the checks, and yet he can't be honest with this House and tell us.
Order, order. I would ask that the Leader of the Official Opposition please retract that unparliamentary statement. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I happily retract that comment. But we do need the minister to be forthright with this information. This minister needs to be forthright. How much money has been given out? I'm sure he would have signed these checks. Please tell the House.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I always want to be forthright. And the tale of the tape on this matter will be told when Australia agrees with what we have in place. And that'll be the tale of the tape as to whether or not what we have in place is trade compliant. We have to be trade compliant, period. That is our intention.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, if the government's going to be forthright on this, they could actually table information from the Trade Department on why they're making this decision. I don't think they can, because there's been no advice from the Trade Department to do this sort of thing, to use taxpayers' money to subsidize the importation of grape juice that is farmed and produced elsewhere in the country and beyond. If the government is going to be forthright, they could tell us how much money has been given out to commercial bottlers. They could tell the House that right now. If the government was going to be forthright on this, they could share with us the economic analysis that I'm sure has been done, because they're a government of due diligence, of course, that justifies this decision to use taxpayers' money to subsidize the importation of cheap juice. I'd like an answer to these from the Minister of Finance, please.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, our government will be pleased to share the information once Australia signs off on it. And let me say something else. What good would the trade advice we get from our lawyers be if I was to share that publicly? It would become worthless, Madam Speaker. The members should know that, but if they don't, now they should.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. Parents and students are frustrated by the painfully slow progress being made at St. Joseph's Alexander McKay Elementary, SJAM. The temporary school lacks access to a gymnasium for physical activity and class and community assemblies. We're now hearing that students have to make do with this inferior setup until September 2025. Clearly not more faster. Kids at SJAM shouldn't have to go another 1.5 school years before gaining access to spaces essential for holistic learning experience. Does the minister think SJAM students deserve an inferior school space for another 1.5 years?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So absolutely, our SJAM school community deserves to have excellent learning spaces that support their educational experience, and that, Madam Speaker, is why work is underway to build a new school for that school community. Completely understand and share the community's eagerness to have this up and going. They're going to be receiving a PP to 6 elementary school, and Madam Speaker, that school will also have a daycare, which will be an amazing addition to that community and that school community. So, Madam Speaker, I can say that we're very happy that progress is being made on that project, and I'll look forward to sharing more in a few moments.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have only waited 15 years, so, you know, just saying. Not only does the temporary facility have inadequate facilities, it's actually not even located within the community. While students used to be able to walk to and from school easily, they now face long bus rides to travel across the city. This school community has been displaced for 4 years now. 4 years too long. Parents are choosing to keep kids at daycare instead of busing them to preschool. Brings me back to Africville. And after many delays, the new school isn't scheduled to open until at least 2025 school year, if we're lucky. So historically, SJAM has been the school that's been last on the list for repairs and now for development. My question is, why is SJAM not a priority for this government?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Madam Speaker, thank you to the member opposite for the question. I can assure the member opposite and the SJAM community that they absolutely are a priority for this government. Madam Speaker, I spoke with the staff team at SJAM to talk to them about their experiences, and that is a passionate and dedicated staff team. We talked about the concerns that they have with that transportation, and I completely understand that while we're waiting for that new school to be built, it is a challenge to have that transportation in place It's not the same as having a school in your home community. So I share the community's eagerness with getting that in place. I'm happy to say, Madam Speaker, that passionate staff team is absolutely doing a great job in managing through that and working through that to support students. I can say as well that the construction tender has been awarded, Madam Speaker. We've only been at this for 2.5 years. We will get it built. It's a priority, and we'll build all the others in HRCE too. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let's clarify the timeline here. Last year, we pressed the government to get a trade-compliant agreement in place by June 30th, 2023, which in fact they did. They announced it just before the deadline, a trade-compliant program with the farm wineries. The farm wineries were happy. Then something happened in January. They created a new program for commercial bottlers. Commercial bottlers didn't receive a subsidy under the Emerging Wine Region program. Australia didn't issue a trade complaint against bottlers. Why is the minister continuing to say that this is a trade issue when it clearly is not?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the member is entitled to his opinion. He's wrong.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
What a brilliant answer.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could the minister explain to me how importing juice from Australia and bottling it in Nova Scotia would not be trade compliant and upset Australia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'll explain to the member that come the end of June this year, our hope is that we will have something in place that Australia agrees is trade compliant and is also something that the industry feels good about.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The evidence shows that this was neither a trade issue. We have not seen any economic analysis to tell us why this decision was made. So the question to the Minister of Finance is, did the advice come from his department to make these changes, or from the NSLC, or did this come as a directive from the Premier's office?
Just a gentle reminder to speak through the speaker, please. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we consulted with the industry, we've consulted with our trade lawyers, we've consulted with Industry Canada, which is the federal entity that provincial governments would consult with when we are trying to solve these kinds of trade issues, because it is our Canadian government, our national government, that enters into these free trade agreements with other countries. So those are all the people that we consulted with.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, according to the industry, they said they were caught off guard, completely unaware, without any previous consultation on this. We had, and I'll quote, one online meeting and one in-person meeting with government since this happened. We were asked questions and we gave questions back to them, and they've never answered our questions. There has not been consultation with the sector on this. This has not been a request from the farming wine sector. The minister has not clarified whether this was advice from his department or the NSLC. So that leaves us to believe that this directive came from the top of the government. So can the minister please tell us, was he acting on a directive from the Premier's office or advice in his department or with the NSLC?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the member can suggest whatever he wishes in here. At the end of the day, we consulted with a lot of people. People I just mentioned, people in the industry, people at Industry Canada, and so on, with our trade lawyers, most importantly. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, we want something in place that the industry feels good about, and our hope is to get there by the end of June.
I I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Madam Speaker, I'm not suggesting things. I'm asking, and I'm not getting answers for them on the floor of this chamber. We've asked these questions. The Premier was asked, does he have a unique relationship with the CEO of Devonian Coast? You know what his answer was? He loves all Nova Scotians. And then he tried to gaslight Jean Laroche by asking him if he was his friend. That's not answering the question. That's not being forthright. Madam Speaker, I've asked the minister to give very specific information here today. He will not answer those questions, and that leaves us to be skeptical of this whole deal to begin with. Will the minister please answer these questions? How much money has been given out, and who directed him and his office to move forward with this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the member is asking questions to create a narrative, and I'm not going to buy into his questions or his narrative.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, we're asking questions to get answers. And governments don't give answers when they think they've done something wrong. If this was a decision that this government was confident about, they would actually answer these questions and would be forthright with those answers. To date, we've had deflection. We've had a Premier that keeps referring to one of the 3 Auditor General reports that have come out recently to cast aspersions on the opposition. We've got a Minister of Finance who won't answer these questions. They haven't tabled any documentation to substantiate their claims. And yet they say we're trying to create a narrative. Well, you know what? If the minister wants to create his own narrative, perhaps he can start with answering these questions. How about we ask again, how much money has been given out? And who directed him to make this decision? And was it in line with the advice of his department and the NSLC?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I think if we did a count at this point, I would have probably answered more questions than anybody this sitting in the House. I think I've gotten more questions in the last 3 days than anybody has, Madam Speaker. So the member is trying to create a narrative by asking questions. At the end of the day, I've answered questions, Madam Speaker, and I will state very clearly, this is a trade issue. We have until the end of June to put something in place that is trade compliant, that Australia will agree with, Madam Speaker. And our hope between now and then is what is in place will be something the industry feels good about.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotia's population is growing and enrollment in our schools is increasing in step. This is putting immense pressure on our teachers. A recent survey from the Nova Scotia Teachers Union found that 84% of Nova Scotian teachers have considered leaving the profession in the last 5 years due to burnout, a lack of resources, and several other factors, and I will table that. So my question for the Minister of Education is, what is this government doing to protect our teachers from burning out?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So it is incredibly important that our staff team of 20,000 across the province, 10,000 of which are teachers, and others feel supported to be able to provide the support and education that our students need. Madam Speaker, our government knows and understands this. Madam Speaker, that is why we have spent so much time connecting with, listening to, and acting on the advice, recommendations, ideas, and suggestions of teachers and educators across the province. Madam Speaker, so I'm excited to tell you about all of the things that we've heard. Madam Speaker, I have met with over 60 staff teams in meetings. I've been to dozens of schools. And they've given us ideas like how we add more food to schools. And Madam Speaker, we're introducing a lunch program based on that advice.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm going to table an op-ed by the Teachers Union President, Ryan Lutz, which talks about the need for another way to support teachers, which is making sure that we support our substitutes. One way to take the pressure off our schools is by addressing the chronic shortage of substitute teachers. The wages of Nova Scotia substitute teachers have not kept pace with the steep increase in the cost of living. In fact, they have not even kept pace with the wages of substitute teachers in other provinces. Our substitute teachers are some of the lowest paid across Canada, and I will table that op-ed. Will this government give Nova Scotia substitute teachers the pay raise they need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite for the question. So, Madam Speaker, I've said on many other occasions that I value and respect the bargaining process, and so I'm certainly not going to engage on that on the floor. The question of substitute teacher pay is one of the types of issues that can be at the table as teachers bargain. So I'm not going to address that. But, Madam Speaker, this is something that I've spoken to with those thousands of teachers that I've talked to. And so while we await that bargaining process to unfold, we've taken action. Madam Speaker, based on the request of teachers across the province, we've increased the term subs so that we now have term substitute teachers across the province who are available to be deployed into classes when they're needed, as they're needed. They build relationships in schools. And that's something that we've done on action directly from advice from teachers, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we understand from the Premier that he is anxious to ramp up the bottling industry. My question is our understanding is that there are no caps or limits on new entrants. Could the Minister please confirm that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the member is, I'm not quite sure what he's asking. Limits on new entrants for bottlers, okay. No, there's no limits on entrants for anybody in the wine industry in this province. If people want to come here to make wine or to bottle wine, to grow grapes, there are no limits on any of that.
The Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So we are hearing that other large bottlers are now looking at setting up in Nova Scotia to collect millions of dollars of subsidies. Why wouldn't they? They can come here, import $1 worth of juice and get $5.15 from the government of Nova Scotia. You can come here, open a bottling plant, create 6 jobs, and receive millions of dollars of taxpayers' money. I ask the government, is this good economic policy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I'll remind the member of the good economic policy we had, I know through the Minister of Agriculture, and I don't think it was entirely all to the farm wine industry, to the grape growers, but for the polar vortex, it was $15 million, Madam Speaker. Because our government wanted to be responsive to the situation that they were in and continue to be in because of the flash freezes that we had at that point in time.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South on a new question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So let's put one more clarification on this economic policy. I failed to make it clear, and the Minister can confirm, that this will be millions of dollars annually for a new bottling company to put 6 jobs here. This is annual subsidies for every bottle produced, $5.15 for 6 jobs. Will the Minister confirm that this is an annual multi-million-dollar subsidy to bottlers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I can't really say anything more than I already have, and that's that we continue to have discussions. The members are putting things on the floor of the House here today, which they're certainly entitled to do. But at the end of the day, what I have to put forward is something that's trade compliant, and I will.
The Honourable Member for King South.
Has the Minister ever met with representatives of Devonian Coast in person or by Zoom? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, my understanding is that I think I've met with everybody in the wine industry at this point.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. There's been a lot of debate here in the legislature on the importance of our province's 13,000 kilometres of coastline, and I've asked over and over and over again that something be done to protect the stretch line of coastline between Nova Scotia and the rest of North America. As we are all aware, the Chignecto Isthmus contains critical transportation, utility, and communication infrastructure, and $35 billion worth of goods travel across that isthmus each and every year. Once again, we're only months away from the hurricane season, yet no work has begun to protect the Chignecto Isthmus. Madam Speaker, can the minister update the House on when we can expect to see work to start to protect Nova Scotia from becoming an island?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for the question. The member would know that we have launched a constitutional reference case before the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal regarding this infrastructure, which we know is very precious to not only us in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and of course the rest of Canada. We have filed funding requests with the federal government through DMAF, Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Funding. We're waiting to hear from them, but the work has not stopped. We continue to do data collection, preliminary design, Indigenous consultation, regulatory work, stakeholder engagement. We know how important this connector is to the province, and we'll continue to do that work.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, we need to actually see shovels in the ground and work started. This government continues to have delays to protect the Chignecto Isthmus by holding things up in the courts. And residents in my constituency watch the weather forecasts and tide tables with an anxious eye. And maybe because the minister doesn't live there, she does not understand how much anxiety it causes. It's the truth. You listen to our mayor and listen to the people that live there. We cannot wait. We cannot wait, Madam Speaker, 10 years to be protected from the rising tides of the Chignecto Isthmus from the Bay of Fundy. Every week I hear from residents across the province, and you know, Madam Speaker, what people think? They think, once again, the people of Cumberland County are being ignored by this government. Well, let me tell you, Madam Speaker, this affects every Nova Scotian. When will we see work done on the Chignecto Isthmus? Shovels in the ground.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Madam Speaker, this member across the aisle can stand here and say, I don't care because I don't live there, but that's absolutely ridiculous, and she knows it. This file has been ongoing. We have not stopped the work on this file. We're doing preliminary design. We're doing environmental reviews. Yes, it may be in front of the courts, but we're also waiting for the federal government to put up their share, and they darn well haven't. I care about the Chignecto Isthmus. I know how important it is. And you know what? You're welcome to gravel shovel.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. In the 2023 Student Success Survey, 51% of 2S LGBTQIA+ students reported having experienced homophobia or transphobia while at school, and I'll table that. Teachers and school staff urgently need updated training and curriculum and support to be able to adequately support 2S LGBTQIA+ students. Yet, we still wait for the government to make crucial updates to the guidelines for supporting transgender and gender nonconforming students. Madam Speaker, will the minister stand today?
Order. There's a little bit of chatter here. Can the member from Halifax Citadel Sable Island start again, please? Go ahead. Where you're from. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. In the 2023 Student Success Survey, 51% of 2S LGBTQIA+ students reported having experienced homophobia or transphobia while at school. Teachers and school staff urgently need updated training, curriculum, and support to be able to adequately support 2S LGBTQIA+ students. Yet we are still waiting for this government to make crucial updates to the guidelines for supporting transgender and non-conforming students, gender non-conforming students. Will the minister stand today and assure 2S LGBTQIA+ students and their families that an update to the guidelines will be delivered by the end of this school year, June 2023?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. Madam Speaker, All children have the right to live and learn and grow in a space where they're respected and where they belong, where they feel safe, where they are safe. Madam Speaker, the well-being, health and safety of our 2S LGBTQIA+ students is incredibly important to our government, to the department and to regions, and that's in fact why we do the work around that student success survey and why we disaggregate that data so we have an understanding of the experiences of our students. Madam Speaker, the guidelines that are in place were put in place in 2014. Madam Speaker, they were put in place in collaboration with and on the advice of health professionals, colleagues across the education system. And Madam Speaker, we are working to review those right now.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
We've known that 2S LGBTQIA+ students are vulnerable in our school system for years now. This sense of vulnerability and the anxiety that comes with it is only worsening. 2S LGBTQIA students are very well aware that their very existence is a source of political fodder in other provinces, by other premiers, and by a federal leader. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service has warned that this increase in extremist rhetoric against the community is likely to inspire greater violence this year, and I'll table that. While Nova Scotians wait for concrete action, will the minister stand today and assure 2S LGBTQIA students and their families that they are safe today and always to use the pronouns and names they choose in Nova Scotia schools?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So, Madam Speaker, I can absolutely say that we are committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of all of our students and specifically our 2S LGBTQIA+ students and their families. So, Madam Speaker, it's more than guidelines, and ensuring the safety of our students within classrooms is more than about guidelines and policies. And so, what does that look like for our 2S LGBTQIA+ students? Well, that means we also need to ensure that our school spaces are spaces that they see themselves reflected in. So, Madam Speaker, beyond policies and guidelines, that means having resources that reflect their families, all of our families and the diversity in communities. Madam Speaker, that also means that we have training in place for our educators, and that is in place, Madam Speaker. We'll continue to work towards the safety of these students.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction before my question, if I may.
No, you may not during question period. I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Oh, all right. Madam Speaker, when Kay entered long-term care, who is with us here today in the gallery, her care plan provided by VON community health nurse was accepted by the facility and then totally ignored. Kay's catheter and hygiene care suffered, producing 13 UTIs in 15 months. That's one a month almost.
Order, order. The clock is not working. My apologies. Please. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
I'm going to start over. Madam Speaker, when Kay entered long-term care, her care plan provided by VON community health nurse was accepted by the facility and then totally ignored. Kay's catheter and hygiene care suffered 13 UTIs in 15 months. This is unacceptable. My question to the Minister for Senior and Long-Term Care is, what is the Minister doing to identify facilities that ignore implementing care plans for residents like Kay?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for this important question. As all members of this legislature know, we have an aging population, and the care needs of our seniors are becoming more complex every year. We have a protection for persons in care and inspection and compliance teams that are dedicated to all of our long-term care facilities. And whenever there is a concern about the care or safety of one of our loved ones as an adult, we encourage all Nova Scotians to reach out to the Protection for Persons in Care team, and they will investigate and they will report back to the department any concerns that they might have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
I thank the Minister for the answer, but Madam Speaker, Kate's issues are not just hygiene. Her care plan was totally not adhered to, and she has written to the Minister, and nothing has happened since. Nothing has changed. And Madam Speaker, Kay is not advocating for herself only. She's advocating for the 8,000 residents so we can implement better policy in monitoring care plans in LTCs. Can the minister tell Kay today what tools the department has to facilitate to make them accountable? Because whatever we have right now is not working. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We have over 8,000 residents living in our long-term care facilities, and I want to advise all the Nova Scotians who haven't had the opportunity, like I have, to work in long-term care, that within 2 weeks of someone moving into long-term care, their care plans are assessed with the loved one as well as with any alternate decision makers. And so what I will tell you, Madam Speaker, is that in each case, the care plan is reviewed on a daily, if not weekly basis, because our seniors are changing in terms of their cognitive status, their frailty levels, their dietary needs. And so whenever there is a concern, including in Ms. Jacko's case, I have met personally with Ms. Jacko as well as my inspection and compliance team, and they will continue to do so. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On October 24th, 2023, the province made an announcement that $250,000 would be going to Devonian Coast wineries, through which is managed by the Minister of Economic and Rural Development. Madam Speaker, considering one of the arguments that's been put forward by the Premier that these changes are being made because of the economic opportunity, could the minister please tell us if her department has been involved in an economic analysis and what she thinks the return on investment is to Nova Scotia by changing this funding and using taxpayers' money to import grape juice from other parts of the province, country, and the world?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Leader of the Opposition. I would reiterate, as my colleagues have, that we have the utmost faith in our wine industry in Nova Scotia. They have taken national and international awards for their products. When it comes to my involvement in wineries throughout our programs, Invest Nova Scotia works correctly, as the member has mentioned, one-on-one with businesses to look at the unique opportunities that they have for growth. That is different from my colleague at Agriculture or the Honourable Minister of Finance in terms of their work.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, it's clear there's been no economic analysis done on this issue. There is enough room to have serious doubt that this is a trade issue, considering that commercial bottlers weren't even implicated in the trade decision or the trade challenge. Period. They weren't even involved in that. This is why we on this House are concerned about this idea, because we have the government stand up and tell us how much they care about the industry, how much they value it, how much they support it, and yet they are making a decision that the industry itself says could be catastrophic to their businesses and that could put them under. That is something that needs to be paid attention to. My question to the Minister of Economic Development, has she met with farm wineries here in Nova Scotia that create 1,100 jobs, and has she asked them what the impact of this decision will be on them and their future?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have not met in regards to these issues that have been raised in current months, but I have met often with the grape growers and the various wineries in the capacity of Nova Scotia Loyal. And that when it comes to applications for programs such as the Innovation Rebate Program, we absolutely analyze the business cases for those investments. And so it is that, yes, we have an investment, for instance, with McConnell Gordon Estates, which most of us would know as Benjamin Bridge Wines, who are investing in their facilities and production.
Order, please. The time allotted for questions put by members to ministers has now expired. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West on an introduction.
Correct.
Please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction. In the gallery with us today, we have Gary McLeod, the chair of the ACE team, Paul Jenkinson, the communication coordinator with the ACE team, and our special guest is Kay Joko, a brave Nova Scotian living in long-term care facility and advocating for everyone. So please give them a big welcome.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. I hope you enjoy your visit. I now recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to say a few words about the budget. As a member of Liberal Caucus, my role is the critic of community culture, heritage. I was hoping to see some fruits and some goodwill at this budget in regard for community and culture and heritage, even though I know the Minister of Finance is also the Minister of the Community, Culture and Heritage. And I was hoping to see some effort has been made in this budget. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And we as Nova Scotians, we know how much we cherish our history and our culture. And I'm a believer of our culture and our heritage. It's a part of our identity. And it seems to me this budget did not reflect for that. Whether we talk about communities, we talk about libraries, we talk about sports, we talk about museums, and we know how all those places are very important for our communities and our society, specifically here home at Nova Scotia, because we do have a long history in this country that we uphold, that we have been knowing, and it's our best interest to continue this culture and this heritage and to pass on for the next generation. And we know for the fact money talks. We know what money can do it. But unfortunately, I don't see this budget a reflection of upholding our communities and our culture and our heritage. We have so many museums in this province, so many libraries, that we reference every time we want to look back in the history and in the past. And those places will not exist if we don't invest. Those history and those value will not have any benefit unless we invest. Also, when it comes to sports and recreation, we know the value of sports and recreation. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank those volunteers, parents, who made the sacrifice of our youth and our children to spend their own money, their own time, day in, day out, in order to create the next generation of this province. And we know how much we feel proud when we see our youth engaging and competing the rest of the country or around the globe when they raise the Nova Scotia flag. Those achievements did not come for nothing. There's the people who have invested their money and their time. And I really like to see this budget and this government to invest for our youth, our recreation spaces, community centers, libraries. The reason I believe that is because those locations and those infrastructures are the foundation for our communities. That's where we build a community. Even though I haven't seen this budget, what I'm asking and what I'm suggesting, but I'm also optimistic for the Minister of the Finance, the Minister of Community Culture and Heritage. I know how much he cherishes his Gaelic language. I know how much he values heritage and culture. And I'm optimistic there will be an effort to be made to invest this subject matter. We know we have a very historical museums, most of them run by volunteers who sacrifice to uphold this wonderful history of our province. The people who built this province. And I would like to see this government to make that investment and to allow these spaces to be useful for our community. I remember way back, libraries used to be a places that were only to go and to pick up a book. And if somebody's making noise, people will used to ask if they can hush hush so the other people can read and concentrate. That's not the case today. Because library is bigger than a place just to pick up a book. It's a community hub, it's the community center. To the point we've seen in Halifax, libraries also become a shelter, whether you believe or not. Specifically, during the winter time, we know the value of these locations that they uphold for our communities. And I really believe, Madam Speaker, if we don't invest this infrastructure and these community centers, our history will be in trouble. And I will ask the government to to put part of their priority, what we cherish as a society, as a community. There is a saying, if you don't know where you come from, you don't know where you're going. And if we don't uphold our history and how we get where we are today, our next generation will be lost. And the only way we can retain this is to invest. And this budget doesn't reflect that. We're talking about healthcare, we're talking about other things, but we don't value our inherited as a society. Madam Speaker, I'm standing here to advocate the communities, individuals, people who put their sweat in this province, to put their time and to volunteer. And what we're asking and what we are suggesting in this government is not billions of dollars. What we're asking is just to pay attention for our communities. We as elected officials, we know each one of us come from a community that serve for our population, that take care for one another. And I believe we need to invest and to pay attention before it's too late. I'm hoping this will have a reflection for the next budget. And as I said earlier, I'm also optimistic the Minister of Finance will look this budget and to find out ways that we can invest for our communities, our culture, our heritage, and things that are matter for our society and our community. Here, Nova Scotia. Sometimes there's certain things that we take for granted. Sometimes there's certain things that we overlooked. And I really believe we need to pay attention for our communities who makes effort day in and day out, we as a society to be connected each other and to assist each other and make effort how our youth can be an active and could have a better future for their future. It seems to me this budget have no reflection of assisting the communities, as well as arts communities. And we'd like to see this in the future. As I said earlier, I'm sure the minister who is responsible this file, and as well as be the Minister of Finance, will look these issues and will make effort how we can continue to support for our communities, specifically libraries, museums, recreation spaces, sports activities. All these things are interconnected each other, and you can't remove one or the other. And I really believe all these things will prevent a lot of disasters and a lot of loss before they occur. I encourage the minister to invest and to pay attention for our communities, our culture and our heritage. And I would like to see in the future investment being made. Madam Speaker, these are the few words that I'd like to address for the budget. And as I said earlier, I hope to see effort being made in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I'd like to rise and say a few words on the budget that was tabled by the government. Earlier, Madam Speaker, in question period, I brought up a very important issue to the people that I represent in Cumberland. And it gets me very upset because it makes the people very upset when we continue to see lack of action on issues that matter to the people of Cumberland County. Now, this particular issue of the Chignecto Isthmus, that affects all Nova Scotians. It affects all Nova Scotians, and I hear from people from all over the province every single week saying, do not let up on the pressure. This is too important. And Madam Speaker, this just represents the frustration from the people in Cumberland County, because for decades, the people of Cumberland County have had lack of investment from multiple governments. Many people, most people in Cumberland County, Madam Speaker, are tired of being forgotten. Most people say, well, there's another announcement by the government, Cumberland County forgotten again. They think Nova Scotia ends at the tolls. We see that time and time and time again with announcements. And that, Madam Speaker, is why I was very disappointed in this budget not to see an investment, once again, in protecting the Chignecto Isthmus from the rising sea levels that we all know are rising each and every day. This budget, Madam Speaker, does not give enough to the people of Cumberland County. We need to see more maritime collaboration. We need to see our province working with our neighboring New Brunswick, looking for ways to collaborate, looking for ways to improve all of our economies. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia has a long history with the other maritime provinces. We used to be the wealthiest in the nation, pre-Confederation. We traded with the U.S. Eastern Seaboard, and we were leaders in bringing the country of Canada together. But since then, we've put up these provincial borders, and we've seen a decline in the economy for the Maritimes, all maritime provinces, including Nova Scotia, really since Confederation. Madam Speaker, the people in Cumberland County believe that if our province made more of an effort to work with our neighboring province of New Brunswick and PEI, our entire maritime region would see a dramatic increase in our economy and growth for our people. We see this, Madam Speaker, in all areas, whether it's economy or whether it's in healthcare. And being in a border community, we see the direct impacts when our government does not make policy decisions and legislation with consideration to our neighboring provinces. Just recently, we did have a positive announcement in healthcare, opening a community pharmacy clinic in the town of Amherst. It's very positive, another way for people to access care when they need it. However, our neighbors in New Brunswick cannot access that community pharmacy clinic violating the Canada Health Act. This is something that our government should be considering. We should be ensuring that we're complying with the Canada Health Act when we're making all of our healthcare decisions. Being a border community, many of our residents go into New Brunswick for healthcare and vice versa. Probably up to about 15% of our primary care patients are New Brunswick patients, and then about 15% of New Brunswick's patients in Sackville and Moncton would be Nova Scotia patients. We don't live as though there's a border because we are an integrated community. So it's very, very important that our provinces work together, and we feel it, Madam Speaker, when our provinces do not work together. Just recently, Prince Edward Island changed their policies around their patients seeing doctors outside of their province. And if a patient from Prince Edward Island sees a family doctor in Nova Scotia, they refuse to pay it. They actually refuse to pay. So again, not in compliance with the Canada Health Act. So we need to be working together as a maritime region, and Nova Scotia can lead that way. Madam Speaker, in the budget, we were pleased to see indexing of income tax brackets. This is something that personally I tabled a bill on, and I know my colleagues in the NDP and the Liberal Party also tabled bills asking the government for indexation. I know it's something that those in government had called on the previous government for when they were in opposition. So we were pleased to see this finally happen. I do believe, Madam Speaker, though, it did not go far enough. The basic personal tax exemption should be increased. We are the lowest in the country, which makes us the highest tax province still in the country. Cumberland County has some of the highest poverty rates in Nova Scotia. We also do have the highest rates of disability in the province. And when decisions are made by this government that hurt those most vulnerable, we feel it and see it in Cumberland County. I believe, Madam Speaker, the government needs to do more to take care of those most vulnerable. And when we have the highest taxation in the country, that is not helpful for those that are struggling financially. And I'm sure I'm not alone in this House, Madam Speaker, when we speak to our constituents. Just recently I spoke to a woman. She's quite negative about politicians. Doesn't really expect that I'll be able to help her, but I gave her my word that I'm going to make every effort to. She's a senior, she's over 65, she takes care of her husband who's disabled. She's also trying to raise a granddaughter. She can't afford to put food on the table. She said for the first time she's going to the food bank. It's not right. Both her and her husband, Madam Speaker, worked their entire lives, and they cannot afford to put gas in their car. Madam Speaker, in addition to increasing the basic personal tax exemption, I believe the government also needs to look at other ways so that people can have more of their own money. Small things, but that make a big difference. Things like removing the tax on used vehicles, on the sale of used vehicles. The people that are affected most by that tax decision are people that are living in poverty because they cannot afford a new vehicle. Now, I know that there's members opposite that actually advocated for that policy change. So I was surprised to once again not see that in this budget. We should not be continuously taxing the sale of used vehicles. We also shouldn't be charging tax on tax. It's philosophically wrong. And once again, we did not see that in this budget. We're charging HST on top of federal excise tax on fuel, 10 cents a liter. We're charging HST on top of provincial motor fuel tax, 15.5 cents per liter. We're charging HST on carbon tax on fuel. It's just wrong. We also, I believe, Madam Speaker, should be looking at the property tax rates. I've had numerous complaints about the rising cost of property taxes. In fact, just this morning, got an email from a very angry citizen saying she has seen a 75% increase in her property taxes in the last couple of years, and she cannot even drive up her road because of the conditions right now. People are fed up. They're saying, I'm taxed to death, and I can't even drive on my road. Madam Speaker, I've also tabled a bill asking the government to remove tax on tax when it comes to property taxes. Why are people paying income tax on the property tax that they're paying? Again, tax on tax. It's fundamentally wrong and should be changed. Madam Speaker, I believe every provincial legislature, every budget in Canada should be looked at through a gender equity lens. And when you look at this budget through that lens, we're not seeing things specifically to advance the women in this province. Specifically, my colleagues in the NDP, they tabled a bill which has been passed, a similar bill has been passed in British Columbia and I believe Manitoba, offering free birth control to women. That, Madam Speaker, that one thing would fundamentally change and change the lives of many women in this province for the better. We're slowly increasing the number of women that are elected in government. It's time we actually start seeing changes that reflect that. And we start seeing a budget that looks through a gender equity lens. Just yesterday, my colleague from Clayton Park West tabled a bill that would make a difference in the lives of women. It's important, Madam Speaker, that we are looking at ways to advance women in this province. And each and every one of us, male and female, have a responsibility to advance that for the betterment of our province. And tomorrow we'll be celebrating International Women's Day. And I look forward to hearing all the speeches from those in here, talking about how we can improve and empower the women in this province. Madam Speaker, going back to Cumberland County, I want to specifically talk about how the budget could do better. And that is in the area of mental health care. Madam Speaker, we have too many people in Cumberland County that are suffering from mental illness, and they do not have access to supports and services. We have people struggling in their home, family members trying to get them help, and the help is not there. We call RCMP to do wellness checks, and RCMP will call back and say, really, there's nothing we can do. And we're not trained. We're not mental health workers. We're there to enforce the law. Madam Speaker, we've seen a decrease in healthcare services up in Cumberland County since this government took office. And there's been lots of money spent, but we're not seeing an improvement in the care. We're not seeing an increase in family physicians. In fact, we're seeing a decrease. We're not seeing an increase in services for those with mental illness and addictions. We're seeing a decrease. Our detox actually decreased hours. Instead of being open 7 days a week, it's only open 5 days a week. And people are told on a Friday, you're out the door. Most of the time, they're not ready to be discharged home. And some of them don't even have a home. And they're discharged out, and they're back on the street. Madam Speaker, we have a hospital, a brand new hospital, that was scheduled to open last summer in Pugwash, still not open. There's been no public announcement of when that date's going to be, but we're hearing rumors that it'll be in May. But no family physicians have been hired to work that hospital. We have a hospital in Amherst that the previous government made it a very much needed announcement for an expansion of the emergency department and dialysis unit, new 12-bed dialysis unit. That happened in December of 2020. There was supposed to be a plan made and work started by now, but we haven't seen that either. I'm getting messages by the day, several, in fact, just this morning, about a stoppage of the pain clinic. We have residents, the time's up, that are suffering in pain that have nowhere to go. Madam Speaker, I'll have more to say on another day where I'm going to continue to give a reply to this budget. But I think it's important that this government remember that Cumberland County is part of Nova Scotia and we expect our fair share. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to stand and speak and to supply for just a few minutes about this budget. Madam Speaker, as you well know, because you are soon going to be taking my place, I have had the honor and privilege of representing the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarian Organization here in Nova Scotia. And now I am representing the Canadian region in the international stage of the Canadian Women, or the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians, which means that I have, I'm going to be meeting and chairing meetings with women leaders from all over Canada, the Canadian region, and then also I meet quarterly with the chairs of the International Steering Committee. So I'm meeting with people from Belize and Australia and Nigeria, and I can't remember all of the other countries that are represented on that steering committee, but it's pretty amazing. And one of the sort of focuses of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians is how we encourage, how we value women in our parliaments and in our societies, and how we encourage women to run for office, accepting the notion or the fact that the more women we have elected in public office, the better all people and all women and all people will be. Our Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs reminded us this morning that women make up 47.5% of the population. Maybe even slightly more than that, perhaps, I'm not sure. But it's, we make up half the population. And so I want to talk a little bit about this budget in light of that, as my colleague did a little bit, and talk about how we make sure that our budgets, whatever we do, our laws, our policies, and our budgets in Nova Scotia and Canada reflect the needs and the and reflect the needs of women and respect women as equal parts in our society. And so we would call that a gender-sensitive budget. If a budget did that, we would call that a gender-sensitive budget. And so part of the work of the CWP that I'm involved in is having parliaments throughout the Commonwealth going through this process of gender-sensitizing their budgets. So this budget today that we're talking about, there are actually some good things for women in this budget. There are. There's some money for transition houses. And Madam Speaker, we know that this has been long asked for and much needed. We know that women all across the province are facing increased instances of domestic partner violence, violence at home, and need places to go, to escape. And transition houses have been a part of that solution for a long time, especially in rural areas, and have been significantly underfunded for many, many years. And so it is good to see money for transition houses in this budget, and I applaud the government for making that decision. Believe it or not, Madam Speaker, school food is a woman's issue, actually. It's a children's issue, it's a family issue, but it does become a women's issue. If we look at the number of single-parent families that are led by women, and let's face it, folks, most of the people who make the lunches in the mornings when you're sending your kids off to school. Now, I'm sure there's all kinds of guys in this chamber that make the lunches. Us, absolutely, and this is not about them. This is about the women who need the help and the women-led households that the school food program will help. And it's about those young girls who are going to have food where they wouldn't have those hot lunches or those lunches at school, which will help those girls excel at school and grow up to be strong and educated gals. There's also some things in this budget that are wholly bad for women. And I would say one of those things is the freeze on income assistance rates. Again, we'll talk about women-led households in this province, single-parent households that are women-led. And those households in this budget are being ignored by this freeze of income assistance rates. So yes, everyone's going to get $150, and I am not poo-pooing that. I am not shaking my head at that. I do know the benefit and the value of $150, and I know what it can buy in a grocery store because I do the grocery shopping in my family usually. And so I am not saying that that's a bad deal. What I am saying is that income assistance rates are way too low, and they have been for a long time, Madam Speaker. People who live on income assistance, whether they're getting the $150 one-time payment, whether they're getting the $300 increase, it's still way too low. You can't pay for all of the things you need to pay for, especially if you live in market rental housing, on income assistance. Something is going to give. It's going to be healthy food at all. It's going to be medication. It's going to be, forgive me for suggesting that someone should be able to pay for like a registration for soccer or, take their family skating or to a movie every once in a while. Definitely not considering any of those things. But we need to seriously look at the way we are funding and treating and encouraging and treating, I guess is the right word, people of low incomes. In particular, we know that many women lead the lowest income families in the province. So, if we could take this budget and put it into a little computer program or put it into a little device that could apply to every decision made in this budget a gender-sensitive lens, then we would see that probably, and I haven't done this myself because I haven't had time, Madam Speaker, but I have pointed out a couple of things. We would probably see that there are lots of things that could change in this budget and improve in this budget if we want to talk about a gender-sensitive budget. So why am I talking about this today? Well, because this is a day that I get to speak into supply. It's also the day before International Women's Day. And also, Madam Speaker, we've had a few back and forths in this chamber of late where we've said words like misogyny, and we've said words like sexism, or actually, I'm just saying sexism for the first time today. But I want to be clear about what we're talking about when we talk about misogyny. And misogyny, in and of itself, the word, Madam Speaker, is not unparliamentary. It is a word. It is a thing. It's defined as this. It's a form of sexism that can keep women at a lower social status than men, thus maintaining the social roles of patriarchy. Misogyny has been widely practiced for thousands of years. It is reflected in art, literature, human societal structure, historical events, mythology, philosophy, and religion worldwide. I didn't just make it up. I didn't just pretend that I knew way more than everyone else in this chamber and decide to slap a word onto what I experienced yesterday in the chamber. It's a real thing. Misogyny and sexism are sometimes hard to see because they're insidious. They're omnipresent. It's everywhere. We're so used to it that we don't even notice when it's happening, Madam Speaker. And that's because of misogyny. It's because patriarchy. It's because of all of the reasons. It's colonization. It's the things that have created our society in the way it is, and this budget suffers from it. There is not a woman on this planet who hasn't in some way experienced it. Even women who have great partners, even women who have had great lives, who are powerful women who have never experienced overt sexism, have experienced misogyny or internalized misogyny. It's hard to see sometimes, but there's no denying the effects. It's why women earn less than men. It's why women are judged on their clothing. It's why women are judged for their career choices, or for even choosing to have a career and not stay home and take care of the kids, or, Madam Speaker, to stay home and take care of the kids and not have a career. Basically, women can't get any of that right, ever, according to someone. It's why women are disproportionately the victims of assault and harassment. It's why I could not leave the hospital when I had my baby, because I had to call my ex-husband and get him to tell me the date of our divorce so that I could prove that I was divorced from him before I left the hospital with my baby. Come on, Madam Speaker. It's why we constantly second-guess our instincts and ask, oh, was that okay? After I speak or say something that I really believe in. Do I look okay? Was that okay? Oh, I feel a little fat today. It's why we're told to smile more. It's why we question the merits of it's why when we question the merits of a powerful man's policy decision, that powerful man will call us negative and question our reputations rather than engage in the merits of the arguments. We see this all over in politics, Madam Speaker. Women, and particularly women leaders, leaders of parties, leaders of countries, leaders of provinces are characterized as negative, and that, Madam Speaker, that characterization is misogyny. So when I attend these Commonwealth Women's Parliamentarians meetings, I would love to be able to go to Australia next year, although I don't know that my leader was going to let me go on that trip, but anyway, that's another story. I would love to be able to say that Nova Scotia is all set for women. All set for women to join this legislature, all set for women to open businesses, all set for women to do everything they can to live their best lives. But I can't do that. I would love to be able to say that whether you're in the government or whether you're in the opposition or whether you hold important, powerful positions in nonpartisan offices like the Auditor General or being at the helm of Elections Nova Scotia or being the Information and Privacy Commissioner, no matter what part of politics you want to engage in, I would love to be able to say that your voice will be valued and that you can count on the fact that Nova Scotia makes policies and laws that are created using a gender-sensitive lens. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, when I go to those meetings, when I represent our province and our country in the international stage, I will not be able to say that. I would love for this government, whether it be the Minister of Finance or someone else in the government, to table the documents and the lens by which this budget has been examined according to gender. Show us the metrics. Show us the document. If ministers are questioned in estimates, has your budget gone through a gender-sensitive lens? And they say yes, show us where, show us how, show us the questions, show us how we examine every line of this budget to make sure that it honors and protects and uplifts women. There should be nothing less in this chamber, and we should stop being misogynist. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, the motion to resolve into a committee of the whole House on supply is now carried. We shall have a short recess in order to set up for the committee of the whole. Thank you. Order. The committee will come to order. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, resolution number E12 and E29?
Resolutions E12 and E29 will continue with questionings by the Liberal caucus with 25 minutes remaining in their hour. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister of Health, can you please confirm the cost of the Your Health NS app? Is the $10 million figure reported in the media correct?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
Yes, that's correct.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Did I not hear that there was an additional $2 million for something else to do with that app as well?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
I don't know what the member heard, but it is just over $10 million in 23-24. If that's the question, is that what we spent?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
On February 10th, 2023, the Nova Scotia government awarded a sole source contract to Think Research Corporation. What was that contract for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So in the 24-25 budget, there's $4.5 million allocated to a portion of the app that Think Research is responsible for.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you very much for that information, but I was asking about February 10th, 2023, and the Nova Scotia government awarded a sole source contract to Think Research Corporation, and what was that contract for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I'll get back to the member about that. That's last year, so I'm here with information for the upcoming year in the budget and forecast, so I'll get that for the member after.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So I do have a number of questions about the in addition to the upcoming budget, we often ask questions about the year prior. And so I have a few questions about that particular contract. So perhaps I'll just run through those, and then, because I think we're going to be here for a few days, so the minister will be able to respond to those later. So my questions are, what was the contract for? And again, it was February 10th, 2023. The value of the contract was $49.6 million. And so I'm wondering what Nova Scotians are getting for that particular one. And then once I get those answers back, perhaps I'll have some more questions around that particular contract.
Unless I'm mistaken, I don't hear a question for now. So I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Okay, so I think we'll move on to something else. Doctor numbers. In May of last year, the province announced that in fiscal year 2022-23, there was a net gain of 86 doctors in Nova Scotia. 168 doctors started practicing, 82 left practice. Do we have preliminary numbers for this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
Just in terms of overall, since September 2021, we have a net gain of 195 physicians, 405 starts, and 210 departures, is what I have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So that's from September 2021. Do we have those broken out by year? Could I get those?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So since September 2023, Nova Scotia has had 72 physicians start, 21 family physicians and 51 specialists, compared to 20 departures for a net gain of 52 physicians. And then just that number that I just told you, since September 2021, Nova Scotia has had a net gain of 195 physicians, 405 starts, and 210 departures.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
I'm just having a bit of trouble writing those down. If the minister could go a little slower so I can get those written down, or if there's a chart, I'd be happy to just take a snapshot of that just so I can get those numbers. Sorry about that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Yeah, so since September of 2023, Nova Scotia has had 72 new physicians start, 21 family physicians, and 51 specialists. You good? Yeah. Compared to 20 departures for a net gain of 52 physicians. In total, since September of 2021, Nova Scotia has had a net gain of 195 physicians, 405 starts, and 210 departures. Good. 405 starts and 210 departures.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Do we know how many of those starts are doctors that are practicing full-time, and do we know how many physicians have reduced their hours during those periods? And I guess we break them out into September of 2021 and since September of 2023.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I have to check with the department to see just exactly how to do that, or to what degree we can. There are people who are purely primary care providers. There are people who work as hospitalists. There are people who have oncology, ED. Look, it's quite an in-depth question and analysis. So I'm sure, but I actually don't know that I could. They're just going to be able to roll with that off the top of their head. The other thing, too, is we just started the new contract, and so we actually are seeing a scaling up of some people's hours. So I think it'll take us a little bit of time to get that full report. And I actually, until I speak to the department, don't want to commit that I can actually, figure that out entirely. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been able to get the numbers for my area, so I think they do have the numbers. It's probably, a bit of work to get, but I have been able to get that kind of information for my area. So I think they do have the information. It's just probably takes a little bit to sort of get sorted through, what's going on in each area. In 2023, the minister estimated that we needed 153 new doctors every year to keep up with the need of family practice registry need. Is that number still accurate? Is that what we're looking for every year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I would say that is the same. So because we see a number of physicians who are ready for retirement, we have 120 vacancies for family physicians across the province, and also to manage that ongoing reduction in practice and retirements, as well as population growth. That number would be roughly the same.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So in February of this year, and I know the minister is aware, the number of Nova Scotians on the need a family practice waitlist reached 153,373 Nova Scotians, and that's a new record for our province. Could the minister comment on why the number of Nova Scotians without a family doctor or a nurse practitioner keeps growing?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the last part? I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister comment on why the number of Nova Scotians without a family doctor keeps growing?
I recognize the honourable minister for Health.
Sure. So what we're seeing with the Need a Family Practice Registry, 35% of the people that are on that list are actually people who have moved to the area, who identify when they go on the list that they are new to the area, which is a sign of our population growth. We see another roughly 25% of individuals who perhaps their physician has left or their physician has retired, and it would depend on the area where they're at. We also anecdotally understand that there are some individuals who perhaps have a family physician in a different area of the province. So not just in migration, but actually have moved perhaps from one area of the province to the other. And so they may be technically attached to their physician in their previous community, but they actually have trouble accessing them, of course, because of distance. So they've put themselves on the registry to signal that they would like something closer.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So I'm assuming that those are the people are considered new to the area, even though they may be not new to the province, they are new to the area. When I add up the members, the Nova Scotians whose doctor has or nurse practitioner has shut down their practice, whose primary care provider has retired or is retiring, that's 55%. And it varies a little bit across the province, but it's not a huge change across that. You add those, and I just fundamentally believe that people don't care why their doctor has left. They just know they're without a doctor. Their doctor has left, whether they retired or whether they are retiring or they close their practice. 55% of the people who are on the list are on there because they had a doctor and their doctor has closed their practice. So I was wondering if the minister could speak to that, to the number of people who are actually on the list who do not have a family doctor because their doctor has closed or is closing their practice.
I recognize the honourable minister for Health.
So I think there's a few things there. I think, when we look at, first of all, we've had population, of course, that's increased and the practices have felt more pressure. I think the other piece I would say is that respectfully, very respectfully, there was an overwhelming lack of planning in regards to seeing our baby boomers who are inevitably going to retire. It takes 8, 10, 12 years to train a physician. So part of the things that happened in the 90s, really, the governments of the day felt there was too many nurses and too many physicians, and so changed the requirements for education, and so we've seen a steady decline in the numbers. Also, there was a policy prior to us coming in where one doctor had to leave before another physician could come in and take their practice. So as a result of that policy, we weren't able to recruit physicians who were ready to transition into practice and transition out. So part of it is an aging population of physicians, and we want our physicians to retire. We want them to retire with their heads up. We hear regularly, particularly in rural communities, where physicians feel incredibly guilty about leaving their practice, and they're leaving their practice in their 70s, sometimes late 70s, as a result of the shortage of physicians that we're experiencing. So, I do think that the major reason is because of lack of planning and lack of investment in medical residency seats, a lack of investment in medical seats, looking at how we support people from Nova Scotia coming in. So those are some of the things that we've looked at. We've increased the number of medical residency seats. We've opened it. We're working with CBU to open a new medical school, looking at workforce in a very intentional way. And I would say arguably similarly with nurses as well. When there were diploma-trained nurses, you graduated at 20. By the time you were 55 years old, you had a full career and your age and your years of service matched and you were able to go. But we didn't plan for that in an adequate way in order to backfill this incredibly experienced workforce that is ready to go and should be able to go and enjoy their retirement after a number of years of service to their communities.
I recognize the honourable member of Bedford Basin with a note that the time will soon expire.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I would gather from the minister's comment that that must have been fairly common across the country, because we do often hear that there's a doctor shortage across the whole country, so that the lack of planning must have been across the entire country. Would she say that's the case?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
I would say it is the case. I would say that we're not unlike any other province. The Canadian Association of Emergency Room Physicians put something out last January and said exactly that. Again, respectfully, governments of all stripes since the 90s have not invested adequately in healthcare, and it has chipped away. There have been policies, though, more recently in this province, like the one out, one in policy that existed under the former government, where physicians weren't able to pass their practice over until they wanted to leave it completely. So we have changed that policy now. We have transfer in, transfer out. We're taking physicians, we're looking for ways to accommodate wherever we can. The more specialized you are as a physician, the more difficult it is sometimes to place you, particularly if you have a partner that has a different specialty or is a family physician. So just looking at different ways to work with physicians. Also, the virtual option has been very helpful as well. So trying to create practice environments where physicians can come in, have some choice to the best of our ability in order to make sure that our communities are served.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
I want to thank the minister for that answer. Can the minister give us an update on how many doctors currently practicing in Nova Scotia are over the age of 65? It might be difficult. And I'm assuming we must have a number that we know are retiring within the next, I don't know, year.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So 487 physicians are between the ages of 61 and 70, and 146 are over 71. As always, we never really know when someone is going to retire. There's certainly no mandatory reporting required. I think we can guess when we think people are going to retire. I will say that there has been some work done in the past year that has allowed, and I've heard anecdotally, and I actually got an email today, that have allowed physicians to consider staying longer. So more options, being able to reduce from a full-time complement. We received an email just in the last couple of days. As a family doctor, I've been planning to retire from medicine to switch to a different career. And so in light of the new contract, I feel family medicine is getting the support that has been lacking for most of my 23-year career, and I no longer have plans to leave the profession. So that, and I say that because it's so heartening to hear, because we have been working with family physicians to understand how best to support them. So strengthening clinics, we have a physician hotline, the new contract is very good. So we are hopeful. We're not going to alleviate all retirements, of course, but we do feel that the current practice environment is positive for particularly our family physicians.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recently received a letter that was forwarded to me from a gentleman in Dartmouth who received this particular letter from his physician, who said, "I'm writing to inform you that after 1 year, I am closing my family practice of medicine as of," and then it was February 2024. So I just want to make sure. I don't think it's the case. Are we bringing people in like for 1 year contracts or anything like that? It didn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Order. The time has expired for the Liberal caucus. It is now time for the NDP caucus, and I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for her opening remarks and to the staff who are here. I fear my questions will kind of be all over the place today, but I first wanted to start with some questions that sort of I jotted down as the Minister was making her opening remarks. So just a few like short snappers, as it were, from some of the stuff that was in the opening, and just questions about that. The first one is there's a lot of numbers and a lot of amounts invested in the sort of care coordination center, Save for F, all of those, the sort of hospital, I'm pretty sure that that's all sort of hospital flow stuff. And so the budget highlights document stated that there will be $19.8 million for initiatives to move patients through the healthcare system more quickly. My question written down is, can you elaborate on this? I think that some of that was in your opening, but I'd just like to know what is for what exactly again. And also, is the idea in general to have patients in beds for fewer days, or is it to have faster access to healthcare procedures?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
This is probably not a short snapper, but I will do my best. What I will say is that there are multiple initiatives that are underway to improve patient access and flow. So you've heard us talk about Save for F, right? And so Save for F is it's a set of best practices for adult inpatient units that's being rolled out province-wide to improve patient flow and to prevent unnecessary waiting for patients. And to the point, there are coordinators associated with it. So to improve the efficiency, making sure that diagnostic tests are done on the day before discharge or early in the morning as a result, so that when the physician or nurse practitioner comes around, the patient can be discharged or transferred from hospital. So this Safer Flow bundle is having a pretty significant impact. And it sounds, I think I mentioned it yesterday, but we move away from how long are they in hospital to how long are they away from home. And so with that whole thought that how do we get patients home in more timely fashion? And also looking at the number of patients who are in hospital over 28 days or more, really looking at that data and understanding and mining it to understand how that happens and why if people are not receiving active care. Also, interprofessional teams is included in that. So that's physios, dietitians, pharmacists, OTs, and discharge planners to increase evening and weekend access, making sure that people can get home over the weekends. There'll be work that's happening as well in seniors in long-term care when you have a shot to talk to her, so that they're actually accepting admissions. So historically, perhaps we really didn't admit to long-term care on weekends as an example, or later in the day. So looking at some of that flow issue. Early mobilization teams, so healthcare professionals to help really intentionally move and get people on their feet at least twice a day, which maintains their function, because we know that deconditioning can occur, one, because of the illness, and then two, for a long time in hospital. Transitional care, those types of things, and then the care coordination. So there's a number of things that are happening in order to support access and flow. Just to try and make that stay more efficient, and doing like discharge planning should start the day the patient's admitted, really, right? If they're admitted to a critical care unit, then perhaps it doesn't start until the day they go to a step-down unit, but it really does have to start now with all of the different agencies and some of the barriers to being transferred home.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So just a couple clarifying questions then. So in that system, that care coordination, all of the people that you've mentioned, the physios, the lab techs, like all of those. So is the bulk of the money for more people to be hired, or is it for like a computer program that sort of like you punch everything in and it spits it all out? So is it actual full-time equivalent positions? And then I guess my B part to that would be, with this Safer F program, are there benchmarks and timelines attached to that program that are like, you know, the best practices that are being trying to be met?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So the majority of it would be people, is what I would say. And generally we see that. I mean, everybody's probably cringing, but I'll just say operationally, generally 70% is often the people, and then 30% would be the other things that we need to do it. But the interprofessional teams is an example of hiring more people, you know, clinical assistants, those types of folks. Yeah, the Safer F bundle, resource 11 inpatient units across 4 zones. So it is the people in order to do the work. It's not necessarily a thing. It really just requires more individuals and more coordinated approach.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So then I guess the question is, do we have the people? Like, are we posting, are these new postings? Have we started posting? Have we seen, like, you know, some activity around applying for the jobs? Is it moving people around, or is it new hires? I guess if it's more money, then it's new hires. But, you know, I think it's great, but do we have the people to actually do the jobs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So it's a little bit of both. So I mean, if we could boil the healthcare system down to 2 things, the biggest priority are beds and people, 100%. We're underbedded pretty much across the entire system, acute care and long-term care, and we're underpeopled, right? But so sometimes there would be senior folks based on, you know, where they are on the seniority list, et cetera, who would move into some of these positions, which in a way is really helpful because it allows for entry-level positions for folks in different areas. So we're seeing increase, of course, in the training that we're doing. So the internationally educated nurses is an example, the pathway to licensures that we're working really hard with the colleges, so pharmacy, nurses, physicians, et cetera. The Patient Access to Care Act, which allows us to accept credentials from anywhere. So we do see some repatriation of people coming home and being able to come and live home again after being away for a period of time. But there is also an investment in the physician assistant program. We've increased the nursing seats, and it is happening incrementally. So a lot of the initiatives that we are talking about start in a test and try environment rather than trying to scale across the province really quickly. So we start in a test and try environment, we staff up a particular spot, and then we're able to kind of move. So it's not a big draw all of a sudden across the entire province. It is a real intentional roll up where we're able, we move. So it's a little bit of all of those things. We're going to be in a shortage of healthcare providers for a pretty long time, right? While we train, and you know, we're trying to extend our more senior healthcare professionals. We're trying to give them opportunities to stay a little bit longer. We're doing a lot of work, particularly around, because we have so many new clinicians, particularly nurses, coming into the system, looking at mentorship programs as an example, hoping that some of our more seasoned and experienced nurses will stay a bit longer in order to support our entry-level nurses and our, you know, more intermediate in terms of not just skill development, but also just in terms of the management of the complexity of the healthcare system and the patients now. So trying to hang on to people, recruiting new people, and trying to retain the folks in the middle is really part of this. But there are more positions available in the healthcare system as a result of the changes in these programs.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, great. So another question on this whole thing. You mentioned in your comments last night, and then you mentioned it again today, there's $7.8 million to hire healthcare workers for evening and weekend access to care. And I wasn't sure if that was in this scenario that we're talking about, or is that like urgent care centers, or is it both? Like, sorry, just to...
I recognize the
my mic's still on.
honourable member for Dartmouth North.
I guess what I'm saying is it hospital care or is it primary care? Yeah.
I recognize the honourable Minister of Health.
So access and flow generally is hospital-based care. So it is patients and families having access to team members 7 days a week. So typically we would have perhaps some allied healthcare professionals that wouldn't typically work evenings and weekends, and so we're addressing that. Fewer discharge delays related to having access to these folks. And yeah, so the impact of that interprofessional team, that allied healthcare professional team in hospital, in different emergency departments, as an example, some folks, if they are seen and assessed perhaps by a physiotherapist, can be returned home with exercises as opposed to being admitted. So it is in the acute care system.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, and just to clarify, in the old way, those folks would have to wait till Monday to get discharged. But now, if they get seen on a Friday afternoon, they might go home Friday evening if there's those people that can do that work. Okay, great. So another thing from the minister's opening comments. The minister mentioned, I'm going to have lots of questions on the transitional care facilities, but the minister mentioned it's opening this summer. Love to know a date, but who will actually, who are the people that will actually move into, say, Hogan Court? Because we've understood from a variety of sources that there will be less beds than originally hoped, but also that there will be people of a certain acuity that won't actually be able to go there now. So can you paint me a picture of Mrs. Smith who leaves the HI and goes to Hogan Court?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Health.
So thank you for that question. So currently we have a number of individuals who are in hospital who would be considered medically discharged. And there's a lot of reasons why people are there. Sometimes healthcare providers feel fairly confident when somebody comes in whether or not they're going to be able to transition home at all, following their illness process. So we really are looking predominantly at frail elderly people. And I don't know if you're familiar with Dr. Rockwood's frailty index, but he has really a world-leading frailty index. And we have him and his team and Dr. Christine Short as an incredible resource in our province looking after frail elderly individuals. So there are individuals who we would expect will be reconditioned. It's different from rehab. So usually there's an injury associated, whether it's a brain injury, perhaps stroke, et cetera, significant traumatic event. But there are people who in hospital over longer periods of time decondition, and there is always hope that they can recondition. And in fact, sometimes that happens when they go to long-term care, in fact, that they do recondition as a result of the recreation that's there, lack of isolation, mobilizing. You know, nothing, there's a lot of motivating factors when there's a lot of activities around and when there's more of a social environment. So even simple things as seating. So I don't want to be disrespectful in any way to acute care. Our acute care staff, the acute care staff in health are amazing. They have a very particular job and skill set. And then we have community-based care providers like those folks in long-term care, like our rehab professionals, our allied healthcare professionals, who, and recreation therapists who are incredible in terms of reconditioning people, motivating folks, making sure that they feel connected. So there will be some people with mobility issues, but those will not necessarily be all of the individuals. There is a subset of people who, with reconditioning, with the right supports at home, with reversing isolation as a result of a prolonged hospital stay, or perhaps being home for a long time on their own as well, that we will be able to support in that environment. So I would also, I can table this document if I can find it. I have like a million of them here, but I think too, one of the big things is when you really look at the care people need, the right care in the right place with the right provider can make a significant difference. So in the AG report, it did talk about the cost, $975 per day for individuals just in direct care costs. But in fact, in a transition to care facility like Hogan Court, that's roughly $544 a day. And that's operating and direct care costs, right? So it's hard to, like, they're apples to oranges in many ways, but over a year, 68 beds can save $10 million. So, you know, and it's the most appropriate care because it's not, it's skilled nursing care to some degree, but it's also the allied healthcare professionals that keep people motivated, make sure they have the things that they need at home, transition them to home. And if we can delay admission to long-term care facilities, as an example, for 6 months, a year, 2 years, whatever it is, it also has a big impact on individuals who don't have that option to transition to communities. So I am really excited about this model. I think it's new, and I think the folks that are involved in it are excited about it, and I think it's a really great addition to our healthcare system to transition people.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, great, thank you. So another thing that the minister said in her opening comments was about there's some money in the budget for incentives for people to study primary care. What are those incentives?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
I don't remember saying that. So there's incentives to attach patients. There's some tuition rebates for paramedics, $11,500 for those folks that are studying paramedicine. I just don't have the exact. I can look at my speech, but I don't think I said that. Okay. Yep.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So I guess that means there's no incentives for people to study primary care? I mean, just to clarify, because...
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
There's lots of incentives to work in primary care and those types of things. I think there's some work happening too in seniors and long-term care around supporting individuals who are moving from CCA to LPN, as an example. So there's retention bonuses and there's sign-on bonuses, and it's all of those things. But currently we're supporting, well, the CCAs, of course, throughout the province, and Minister Adams can speak about that. And also we're supporting paramedicine as well and offsetting tuition costs for them with a return to service. And certainly subsidizing some of the EMR course, the first EMR course that started on Monday.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So in the minister's opening speech, there was a long list, or litany, as it were, of appointments. And like, so, you know, this many people were seen at urgent care centers, and this many people were seen at, you know, mobile mobile primary care units, and it went on and on. And it did strike me as that, the kind of thing where we hear like 50,000 people went to the food bank this year, like those kinds of it's a weird thing to boast about when it's like, I mean, primary care is not a weird thing to boast about, but these sort of the alternatives to being attached to a practice or with a nurse practitioner or a doctor. So I just want to ask the minister, is this government prioritizing access to primary care or attachment to primary care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So it's both, is what I would say. So I'm attached, but I actually have good access to my family physician. But if I have a sore throat, I'm going to go to the pharmacy because that is now a skill set, and it's a very efficient way for me to have that seen. Similarly with my children, they're very fortunate. They have a family physician who they had him for a long time. They actually would rather do quick things. So it isn't one or the other. So we want to give people a variety of access points. When you have everybody trying to go through 2 doors, which is your primary care provider or Emerge, there's no way we're all going to fit. But now we've created 60,000 more appointments every month for people to be able to go. Some of those folks are not attached. So we have to look at them together. There's people who are attached who can't get an appointment for 6 or 8 weeks, right? So we need to look at those practices and say, okay, what is the issue here, right? Like, what is the panel size? What are the practices? Because if you've had an office for 30 years and you're running it exactly the same way that you did when you entered medicine or finished medicine, there's probably more efficient ways, more ability. So the mobile clinics are amazing, right? And we're able to put those in communities where we feel that there is a need and actually anticipate. So, perhaps like Acadia as an example, in healthcare, there are waves of things that happen. I can almost promise you every university in this province, just right around, the pages will probably tell you, right around their first midterms, everybody gets sick, right? They've just sat there and they've all been together long enough and they're exhausted and they all get sick. So now here we have mobile units, we have pharmacy clinics, we have pharmacy plus clinics, we have after hours clinics, we have virtual care if folks aren't attached. So there's just so many ways for people to get care. Our emergency rooms should 100% be used for emergency care. And when we can take individuals and give them another option, it frees up space in that waiting room and alleviates some of those long waits. Attachment, we're very focused on attachment. And just to let you know, from July to October 31st, we put a challenge out and an incentive out to physicians to talk about who could accept 50 patients who had higher needs on the Need of Family Practice Registry, because we asked people to kind of tell us a little bit more about their health status. And so 65 physicians participated in that. And through that incentive, over 15,000 patients were attached. So I think when we think about it, we're going to have health homes, which I know you're interested in probably talking about at some point. We're going to have health homes, so it's not just a family provider, it's not just a nurse practitioner or a physician, so that if we have a physician that moves on or a nurse practitioner that retires, we're immune to being unattached, because now we have this health home. And then outside of the health home, we have a health neighborhood where different places across our communities help us look after the care that we need. The app is going to be very important. First of all, it's a navigation tool. So if I'm traveling, I'm going somewhere into a community and then somebody in the car gets sick and I know I need help, this app is going to help me see what the assets are in the community I may be unfamiliar with. And it's going to also allow me to have my health record with me eventually, so that if I do need to go see someone, I am able to talk about the last time I was at the physician or the emergency room or whatever it is. I will have recent diagnostics on my phone. There will be a limited amount of information that I can share in order for me to have agency. And really think people, all of us, need to know that we are the most important person on our healthcare team, right? So we saw a very similar app when we were in Denmark, and we saw it again somewhere else, where at 16 years of age, every single individual has their health record on their phone. So it just changes the way in which we're able to navigate the healthcare system. And then what's the possibility for folks when they retire, when physicians or et cetera retire, that we can actually give people access to their record and they're not trying to find it, whether it be digitally stored or stored in a box or et cetera. So it really is around the transformation of it. I will never say that we'll have one doctor for every Nova Scotian, but the goal is to have a health home for every Nova Scotian and access. I have a 21-year-old son. He has fortunately no healthcare needs. He's into episodic care right now. He's fortunate to be attached. But right now, that's what he wants, is episodic care. In the event he were to have a diagnosis, we would absolutely need that regular, consistent care for him. So it really is around a system that can be fluid and respond to people as they need that. And it's building, and it's going to be incremental, but that's the dream. Health homes, health neighborhoods, and lots of points of episodic care and chronic disease care, right? So that people that live with chronic diseases actually have expertise and specialty care that allows them to integrate with their health home.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, listen, I am a big fan of health homes. I've been advocating for one in my own community for 6 years. And we finally, I mean, the minister still has not said that we're getting it, but like, you know, pretty sure there's some lease being signed in the next month. But it's kind of amazing that the minister will not say yes or no. I'm what? Yeah, exactly. Okay, anyhow, no, I am a big fan of health homes, but I do, you know, it's interesting that the minister uses the example of her son. You know, he's 21, he's into episodic care, he likes to be able to go to the pharmacy and get this test and that test or whatever, and I like that too because I'm a busy person and I've done that. But, you know, if your son or if the minister's son didn't have a primary care attachment and did get a diagnosis, then there'd be some issue, right? So it's like, yes, but I think that the priority needs to be this, like, everyone's attached to a health home. I get that. But I hope that is the, like, show me in the budget, you know, the money this year to attach more people to health homes.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank the member for the question. So we are continuing to, we planned 60 new, there are 23, and 37 strengthened clinics. And this has allowed us to stabilize attachment for 15,000 patients and attaching 52,000 more. So it really is around incremental building. So there's some that we started last year. We're continuing to invest in those practices, fill the positions as an example, and we continue to expand. So it is workforce. Some of that sits in workforce. Some of that sits in the model. I mean, we just simply have to look to the model that we've recently implemented in Clare. So working across with the municipalities, working with the practice, working with the members, you know, we'll be able to take almost everybody off the Need a Family Practice Registry in Clare, Weymouth, and Digby. Thanks. So, you know, these are the models. So it happens incrementally. And one of the other things, when we look at an example of Dow Family Medicine, or we look at the clinic in Clare, we look at some of the places at Northern Zone in terms of the medical residency program. As an example, we bring medical residents in, we get them accustomed to a practice, a way of practicing, et cetera, and then we're able to either adopt them into that practice or move them into another one. So it is going to be cyclical for a fairly significant period of time. So that's where the money will come. So some of it comes through, you know, the initiatives to increase seats, the incentives, the onboarding, you know, the different allied healthcare professionals, you know, all of these different things, RFPs that go out for space so that we can identify places where people go. So like this is, it's kind of across all of the number of different components in order for us to realize that, that expansion.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Just speaking of attachment or access, I should say, I did have a situation where I felt like maybe I had pneumonia. So, and I was in a caucus retreat, of all places, so in a hotel, and so decided to use one of my free Maple visits. And it was like kind of amazing. Like I was like texting with a doctor in Calgary who basically, you know, said she didn't think that I had pneumonia, but she, like, didn't check the temperature, but you know, she had to rely on me saying I didn't have a fever, but prescribed me some puffers or whatever, and it was about 50 minutes. But the whole thing that, like, I always thought virtual care was a video call, and it's not. It's like a texting conversation. So my thought was, how would a lot of people manage this? Like, first of all, you have to have a device. Lots of people in my community don't have devices. Second of all, you have to know how to navigate the device. And even if you do have a device, like, I love my mother very much, but she has a lot of problems using her computer. And so, you know, how are we accounting for the many people who have to rely on Maple to actually know how to navigate it and use it? And who can help them with that? I can.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So what I would say is we've had experiences in our family as well with virtual care. And so it can sometimes be a phone call as well. And we do have actually times where there is a virtual, I think it depends on the provider, it depends on the presenting complaint. The other thing is if the provider in virtual care feels that you need to be seen, there are a number of primary care clinics across the province where you can very quickly, well, first of all, they want to know if it's an emergency, right? The other thing I would say is in regards to the app, you can also call 811, and 811 will walk you through that app, like that decision tree that you go through as you access virtual care. So there is a number of different modalities that you can use. So if I go on the app and I say get care, and it takes you through all of those things, 811 actually can help you do that as well, so that there's, you know, a person on the phone helping you navigate. So it is a variety of different things. And virtual care is an incredible enabler in order for us to be able to do like urgent, see people urgently in the emergency room. We've been able to implement that in several emergency rooms. It shortens people's visits, it gets them what they need, it's low acuity, and move on. Virtual care isn't for everything, there's no question about it. And we're also starting to put some virtual care options in the EHS system so that the doc in the box can send a link to the spear or to the scene, maybe to the medical first responder, and actually be able to see. So when I say a short of breath and what you say a short of breath may not be the same, but when the physician sees that, they're able to better ascertain what's going on. So there are a variety of ways to access it. Since 2022, there's been 70,409 appointments have occurred through Virtual Care Nova Scotia. May 2021 to December 23, virtual care prevented about 24% of users from going to an emergency department and 36% of users to go to a walk-in clinic. So it is allowing people to offload. It may not be for everybody, but the people that it works well, and it takes them out of an in-person situation so that those who need in-person can be seen more quickly.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. So, big announcement about diabetes care in Nova Scotia. Happy to see it. Been calling for some of that, well, both CGMs and an expansion of the insulin pump program for a long time, so I'm happy to see those investments. Also a big announcement in Ottawa about the beginnings of a universal pharmacare program, including diabetes medication. So I just want to hear that the minister and the department will be signing that agreement and signing on to the federal pharmacare program.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So the department officials are talking. I don't think we have all the details just yet. So, you know, we are very anxiously awaiting there's the announcement and then there's the details. So the departments are working together. You know, if it's the right thing to do, then we will do that. We need to see what it is. We also need to understand how long the agreement is in place. There's a whole bunch of things. So we're pleased to hear that announcement. We don't fully have all the details, and you can appreciate until we see the details. We're, you know, we expect to be able to sign on to it, but I don't want to commit to that until I really fully understand what the you know, the deal is. But I certainly think the intention is to make diabetes care more accessible, and our hope is that it's going to complement our diabetes care program, and it will be a win-win for everybody.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, great. I mean, yes, of course, we need to see the details. I'd love to know what the timeline is on that, and also, you know, if the department discovered that it wasn't a deal that the province was going to sign on to, would the department be looking at, you know, subsidizing diabetes medication in a more fulsome way, and also birth control? I mean, that is, you know, not a secret that our party's been calling for a universal birth control program in this province. It happens in other provinces. You know, for us, this announcement, the federal announcement, if it, you know, if it works, will be the answer to that call. But if the province isn't signing on to the federal announcement or the federal deal, then how are people going to access birth control and insulin in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
I appreciate the question. So, you know, we do have the Seniors Pharmacare Program and the Pharmacare Program, and there's a number of demands on those, and we're constantly looking. So through the budgetary process, we continue to look at what we're able to offer. And so those are the means in which, if people don't have private insurance or after they reach the age of 65, Seniors Pharmacare and Pharmacare are the ways in which, you know, we can support Nova Scotians currently. You know, there is birth control available through Pharmacare, and certainly there is support for seniors through the Seniors Pharmacare program also. So, you know, we continue to look at ways we can help. We're really proud of this investment. It's significant. It will make a huge difference for people living with diabetes, particularly those who require insulin, multi-daily injections. Now will have access to a pump and access to continuous glucose monitoring. So we're really proud of that. And it will have a significant impact on people in terms of the bottom bottom line. We know that that program alone, one individual indicated it would save them up to $600 a month. So pretty significant investment. And so we'll just see where we are after that. Again, we have to wait and see in terms of timeline. It really is a federal timeline. It's not something that we're able to speed up. We have to wait and hear what the feds are going to tell us in regards to how they're going to roll that program out.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. I'm going to focus a little bit of time on recruitment. With incentives from the private sector becoming more prominent, what is being done to retain paramedics, nurses, home care workers, and family practitioners who already devote their time to Nova Scotia Health or to the Nova Scotia Health System? So this is retention, not new new hires, but how are we going to keep the very valued and valuable workers that we have? How are we going to keep them in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So there's a couple of things that have to happen. So certainly as government, there are things that we can do as enablers for retention, and I'll talk about those in a moment. But I think also when we look at the care providers, our operators throughout the province, it really is important that they're working directly with staff. So as an example, Nova Scotia Health has undertaken what's called stay interviews. So often we do exit interviews once people have kind of signaled that they want to leave, but the people who stay, we need to understand what it is that keeps them there and how we can make the work environment better. So there is a significant onus, obviously, on the employer to look at the conditions in which individuals work, to understand, you know, what that would be. Maybe that's self-scheduling. Maybe that's whatever. Obviously, within the confines or the parameters of our collective agreements. From a government perspective, I will say I'm really proud of the work that's happened. You know, with the employers, with the unions, with the department, around really negotiating really fair and competitive contracts. And I think that's pretty significant. The physicians, as an example, that was incredible. And, you know, the email that I read earlier, I don't know if you've heard it, but that longitudinal family medicine contract that we've implemented for family physicians in particular is significant. It's retained physicians in their practice longer. It incents attachment. It incents access. So we say it's good for physicians and it's great for patients, right? Because we're looking at what are the mutually agreeable things. Similarly with the nurses, 5-year nursing agreement, which was effective until October 31st, 2025. So we went through interest-based negotiations with the physicians and the nurses, which was really good. And it's very, very competitive. And also at that table, in addition to not only compensation, the teams were able to talk about things like, you know, in the nurses in particular, nurse safety as an example, and what are the initiatives that we can do to protect nurses from violence, right? Particularly, you know, I can tell you specifically that there are certain areas in healthcare where there is more likelihood of violence. So looking at how we tackle that, that has been something that the employer and the unions have been discussing for a long period of time. Also, you know, looking at the paramedics, we were able to settle a really competitive contract with paramedics as well. Also, allowing people to use the fullness of their scope. So as an example, nurse practitioners, in addition to being the highest paid in the country, they also have the broadest scope of practice. So they're able to admit and discharge. They're the most autonomous nurse practitioners in the country. So it also helps us recruit and bring people here. So it is around scope of practice. It is around being creative, making sure that people feel valued. It is around competitive contracts. But again, we have to recruit to the vacant positions so that when you're at a full complement, your work-life balance is very different. There's some health initiatives as well, mentorship for junior healthcare workers. So there's a number of things that are happening, and investing in equipment. and also tackling issues that are really difficult. Like if you are an OR nurse or an OR surgeon and you know that wait list is long, it is really tough. You know that, you're working hard, but there are people waiting. And so when we invest in things that make that more quickly, you feel like you're getting somewhere. And so there's a whole bunch of things that we have to do in order to support healthcare workers and, show that we're investing time and energy in them and these big problems that have persisted over a period of time.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Great, thank you. So, we know that the population is growing, and so we know that this could be in this sort of like a 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or 1 step forward, 2 steps back situation for a while in terms of recruiting and then more people moving, and so. Is there an analysis of the projection of population growth that the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment is using? And do they have a strategy to make sure there will be enough healthcare professionals as the province grows? And I guess B part to that is there discussion of housing for all of the healthcare professionals that we need?
I think, right? Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So there are a number of things so we have the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, and what's important is that is a system-wide approach. So the employers, of course, know it goes beyond vacancy rates, I guess is what I would say. So the employers are able to help us with vacancy rates. Colleges are able to tell us, as an example, years of practice and age of the participants. Like when I register, I indicate so we can guess in terms of, when people are going to retire. So we have to look at a variety of different things. Not everybody knows when they're going to retire. There's leaves, etc. So there is a lot of work around system planning, not only for acute care, but we have to look at our community-based care as well, and a variety of different healthcare professionals. So we work with advanced education. We work with the system partners in terms of those who deliver care. For housing, so we do work. There is some housing, but we also work increasingly with municipalities. So municipalities have recruitment committees in many cases. We fund them through the community fund, where we support the initiatives that they have at a community level to attract and retain folks. We work with labor skills and immigration. So when we have internationally educated nurses or physicians or whoever, healthcare workers coming, how do we settle them intentionally? Because we want people to feel welcome. So we have to work with the healthcare worker, but we also have to work with community. So this is really a trans-departmental approach. We also have the niche program, where it's very intentional settlement. So I'll give you an example. The Ukrainian nationals who were displaced unexpectedly, who came to Nova Scotia, through that niche program, as an example, we looked for healthcare workers. We were able to hire people who spoke Ukraine to help settle in communities and support people. So the niche program looks at folks coming in. We do have housing, people moving home. So it is cross-government in order for us to be able to support, in the community. We also have to look at daycare, right? We're looking at different daycare options. So there really isn't many departments that aren't touched by the work that's happening in healthcare in order to kind of build our workforce, but also raise the population as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So you may have just said this, and I apologize, but does the province track how many physicians retire, or sorry, not how many do retire, but how many are likely to occur, physician retirements. I know I've asked sort of like a similar question to this before, and I've been told we can't really track anyone who's not a Nova Scotia Health employee, but surely at this point in the crisis that we're in, we could, somehow make it so that we, we have to be able to keep track of that. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So the colleges would do a bit of that work because because regulated healthcare providers have to register on an annual basis. So one of the questions that I answer every year is, am I planning to retire in the next 5 years, right? So there is some modeling that can happen as a result of that. And we also look at the age. So I said earlier, I lost it. There was 487 physicians who were between 61 and 70 years of age. And then there was about 145 who were over 71, right? So we see that, but it's not really for us to say when people will retire, and there's no mandatory age. So we can see perhaps who's in the last 10 years, give or take. And so we need to obviously overlay that, not only on recruitment, but where does the supply of individuals come from in terms of growing our own workforce as well as recruitment. So Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment oversees that workforce and building the models, because the data was really poor. And over the last couple of years, working really hard to increase our data points so that we are able to better identify and model what our needs will be into the future.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, well, it sure was. I remember when I first got elected, and they, we were hearing that a number of Dartmouth physicians were getting ready to retire, and I think largely a bunch of them did. There's a couple that are still doing some primary care work. I'm talking about primary care physicians, but. At the time, and when the Liberal government was overseeing all of this, there was no tracking of it. And so we were saying, listen, I've heard that Dr. So-and-so is going to retire, and what are we going to do with the 2,500 people that doctor treats? And there was no kind of consideration of that. And so I'm glad to see that there is some modeling being done, because it's going to continue for a while, as we know, as the baby boomers retire. The budget highlights document notes that the government will spend $360.7 million more for Nova Scotia Health and IWK Health to deliver their programs and services to a growing population. So can you expand on how this funding will be used to serve a growing population? Do you anticipate the need to respond to the health needs of the growing population that will primarily exist in the HRM? And actually, yeah. So, can you expand on the funding, how it'll be used to serve a growing population, and do you anticipate the need to respond to the health needs of a growing population that will primarily be in HRM?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So yes, So part of this so one is the expansion, of the programs, right? So the implementation of different, like the mobility teams, like the Safer F, those types of things. So increasing the workforce is one. So wages, but also utilization. So as our population ages, we are going to see increased utilization in our healthcare system. And we know for many frail elderly people, the greatest use of the healthcare system is in the last year of their life, right? And so it tends to be very acute and highly resourced. So we know that there is going to be increased utilization. A project that we're just starting to undertake, which is our partnership with Novo Nordisk. Through the work that happened there, 67.2% of Nova Scotians 12 years of age and older, identify that they have one chronic disease or more. So we can anticipate that utilization is going to increase over time because we need to do chronic disease care, right? We need to do acute care. So we do, and we have an aging population who inevitably are going to need more care towards the end of their life. So that is utilization. So wages, cost of admissions, those types of things. So yes, I mean, that's where that money will go, and expansion of programs to better serve communities. One of the important things about the data that we're collecting is it allows us to get community profiles in a different way. So we can see community needs, we can kind of overlay, but we can also see community clusters and help us better plan, what are the types of things that particular communities need that maybe are unique from others. So that's some of the ways in which that money will be spent, but utilization is certainly up.
I recognize the honourable member of Dartmouth North with a note that the time remaining for your turn will soon expire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, can the minister just made a reference to a Novo Nordisk? Was that a study, or can you just expand on what that was? Or is that a consulting firm, or what is that? Just let me know.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So I'm going to read it off my phone because I don't have it here. So Novo Nordisk is very unique. So it is a foundation based out of Denmark. We met them through the MOU process and through some of the work that's happening between ourselves and Denmark. So Novo Nordisk is a foundation that has a subsidiary drug company. So we're used to the opposite, a drug company with a foundation, and was developed Dane, I don't know all the history, but actually their primary goal is to eradicate diabetes of this foundation, and they have a subsidiary drug company as a result. So they are working with us to look at ways in which we can address childhood obesity. So they have donated $1.5 million, and we have matched it. So we have $3 million to look at how we can tackle childhood obesity in Nova Scotia. 37% of children and youth are overweight or obese in our province. And so obviously, in addition to that, there are also potential for chronic disease development as a result. So we will be going out to other government departments, but also to industry to say what are the ways in which we can positively impact childhood obesity, but also attaching it to an economic driver, so health and wealth, so that we can look at ways in which that we can not only address wellness, but also we can address the economic development that could accompany it. So it's called the Lighthouse Initiative. It's the first Lighthouse Initiative outside of Denmark, and we're really proud. So we're in the early stages of it. We've signaled. Now we're going to reach out to stakeholders to see what is the art of the possible and get some proposals to see how we can address this because we need a multi-sectored approach. It doesn't just sit in health, it sits in wellness. And so we really want others throughout our community, not just government institutions, but our businesses, municipalities, et cetera, to really look at how we can create environments where we can be healthier, and we're going to start with our children.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the minister's mandate letter, there was a part that referenced working to bring family physicians' salaries more in line with specialists. And so I'm wondering if there's been any increase in the budget for payments to family physicians to bring them in line with specialists as per that mandate.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Yes, so we did go through interest-based negotiations with Doctors Nova Scotia on behalf of physicians. So the 4-year physician agreement was reached. The longitudinal family medicine payment model was born out of those negotiations. So it's a new payment model prioritizing access and attachment and improving accountability and compensation for office-based family physicians who are part of the model. We have, as of January 2024, 346 physicians have moved to longitudinal family medicine, and we actually see some fee-for-service physicians choosing to come into longitudinal family medicine as a result of the contract. So certainly the compensation package has been very well received by physicians. We have other work to do with other specialty services, but that's, yeah, we're really proud of that contract. It's gone very well, and physicians are pleased.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. I only have a minute left, so I guess I'll ask my question and then I'll come back to it in the next hour. But a recent report from the Auditor General brought to light that last year's $10,000 nursing incentive program fell short of this government's predicted outcome, while it was estimated that the return to work incentive would bring back 1,500 to 2,000 nurses. Only 148. Less than 10% of the estimate actually did. So I'm wondering if the program's been assessed and what went wrong with the program, and will it be offered again?
Order. The time for the NDP caucus has expired. It is now time for the Liberal caucus. I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think we close out our, does the Minister need to use the facilities or anything? You're okay? Okay. So I was talking about a letter that this gentleman from Dartmouth had received saying, after 1 year, I'm closing my family practice of medicine. And it closed February 18th. I think the doctor was from England, but we're not bringing people in on short-term contracts or anything. When we bring people in, it is for them with the intention that they settle here. I just want to confirm that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So we absolutely want to bring folks in and settle them, and often, you know, if there's any type of additional training that's required as a result of coming in, we actually try and have return to service agreements. So practice ready assessments are often attached to a return to service agreement so that we can get folks here to be settled. There is some turnover, of course, with physicians who prefer to be locums, but we wouldn't necessarily settle them in a practice. As an example, we would have them maybe cover a practice for short periods of time, or they would work in other capacities in the system. But the intention is for them to stay forever when they come.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Yeah, I just thought the language, you know, I've been here for 1 year and now I'm leaving. I thought it was just a little odd, right? And just as the Minister is trained as a nurse, I'm trained in language. And so when something is phrased oddly, I kind of went, that's weird. So I wanted to confirm that with you. This government's spoken at length about the many efforts they're making to increase the number of surgeries and reduce backlogs. Can the Minister give an overview of what the department is doing to increase the number of surgeries?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Here we are. Yeah, so thank you to the member for the question. So let me just see here. So we used 2019-2020 as a baseline year to consider the pre-COVID year, and the Nova Scotia Health surgical waitlist has been reduced by over 5,346 patients. So it's been reduced 27% from April 1st, 2022, as of February. So just in terms of what we've done, so surgical capacity has been expanded through more nursing and perioperative staff, so very specialized nursing to support, to expand operating room and bed capacity. There's new and expanded agreements with like public-private partnerships with Halifax Vision Surgical Centre, Scotia Surgery, and recently indicated that if we needed more capacity, we could have we've signaled that there could be a contract with LASIK as well, and it allows us to take low acuity procedures out of hospital, and cataract surgery, of course, has changed so much over the years. Endoscopy capacity has been increased significantly over the past 2 years in all zones, and there's been an additional endoscopy suite, so for scopes, added to the Dartmouth General. More modern and electronic e-referrals, so that e-referral and booking process has been very effective. Physicians are liking that. It allows us to, you know, get away from the old fax machine and hope that somebody's got paper on the other side and ink and all the other bits of it. A new surgical payment incentive for physicians is facilitating more evening and weekend surgeries as well, and that was negotiated through the most recent contract with physicians. There's a new in-province travel assistance program to individuals, low-income individuals, to ensure that they have access. The surgical robotics program is amazing, and it continues to expand, and really looking at our capacity to expand the number of operating rooms, and where possible designating spaces for, you know, procedures that are lower acuity. So our big ORs are for our big surgeries, and if there's opportunities for maybe other spaces to be utilized in other parts of maybe a zone, as an example, in order to do some low acuity and day surgery procedures.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So if we look to the Action for Health public reporting portal, I guess we call it, dashboard, that's what we want, yeah. In the first 8 weeks of 2024, there were 13,951 surgeries done in Nova Scotia. Is the minister pleased with that number?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I would have to have a quick look at the dashboard to understand what the trend is. I don't know those numbers off the top of my head because it's more of an operational. What I do know is that the surgical teams, what we are seeing increasingly is that, as an example, when we had our seasonal upper respiratory illness that we so often see, we had that over the months, you know, November, December, early January. There was minimal disruption in surgery as a result of that. So, of course, sometimes there are some when the staff get sick, but really making sure that, you know, through bed allocation, through the work that's happening, that those surgical times are protected, and increasingly seeing that we are meeting and exceeding year-over-year surgery. So I'm not sure if there was a blip in that month. I'd have to look at the trend.
I recognize the member, the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I looked up and I didn't know you were there, so it's almost called you Madam Chair there. So in the same period in 2019, there were 13,879 surgeries done. So this is a 2-month period, January and February of this year. But in 2019, January, February, there were 13,879. So we had 13,951 done this year, the first 2 months of this year, compared to 13,879. That's only an increase of 72 surgeries. And with the amount of money that's going into health at this time, I would have And when you consider, you know, what our population, how much it has grown since 2019, that would be a reduction, really, in the rate of surgery. When you're seeing the number only go up by 72 since in 5 years. Obviously, you know, COVID came in between, so that's why we're going back to 2019. But we're looking at that, and it's only 72 surgeries.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So when we look at fiscal year to date, right, so there can be disruptions month over month. We see that there's ups and downs, but fiscal year to date, we're 2,626 surgeries above where we were last year. So it really is not about the actual month, but it's about the trend. And so we'll see that there will be a reduction. Sometimes it could be due to illness, vacations, et cetera. But what we do know is that at year to date, we're 2,626 surgeries above where we were last year. So we are performing more surgeries.
Order. Before the next question, I've been informed by the clerk that one of the rules of the House is that ministers are only allowed to have up to 2 staff people with them present, and right now we have 3, so we'd have to ask. I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness. Oh. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. I just want to signal that if there's infrastructure questions, maybe we just put them all together so that we can switch out, as opposed to, you know, it's a new file for me and I'm going to need a different team. So, yeah. Okay. So just to let you know, we might have to do some jigging. Yep.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Okay, so does this budget, so we've seen that the number of surgeries has in those 2 months has only increased marginally over what it was back in 2019. It may be an increase over last year, but it's not an increase over what it was from 2019. And we have seen an increase in our population. So one would expect to see an increase in the number of surgeries, given the population growth from that time, but also the amount of money that has gone into the healthcare system over the last couple of years. And because we keep hearing about surgeries, but when we look at the numbers, we're not seeing the numbers there. So I'm just wondering, is there anything in this particular budget that should go toward increasing the number of surgeries?
Sorry, I recognize the honourable member from Bedford Basin.
Sorry, and just to clarify for the minister, I'm just asking, are there new programs to increase the number of surgeries?
I recognize the honourable minister for Health and Wellness.
Yes, so thank the member for the question. So there are particular surgeries in particular where there's been the greatest wait list reduction since 1920. So ophthalmology, as an example, has had a 40% change in terms of the number of surgeries that are completed. So orthopedic surgery, general surgery, and oral maxillofacial surgeries, all of those have had a significant reduction. In terms of the surgical bundle that we see, the investments, there's an additional $11 million. So we are looking at cataract surgery, urological robotic oncologists, so really investing in very specific equipment to support the robotics program. At the IWK, there's a gynecological and urogynecological services are improving access and reducing wait times. You know, just a variety of different things, improve access to surgical spine consultation as well. So some of this is through hiring. So some of it is through specialty services when we're able to hire new specialists. You can imagine the specialty of a urogynecological service, right? They're pretty specialized folks. Again, looking at ways in which we can create contracts so that we can take some of those low acuity surgeries outside of the hospital. Also looking at diagnostic imaging and looking at the e-referral for MRI as well as some of the diagnostics. So shortening the wait time not only to surgery, but to the diagnostics that may require surgery. And so there is a number of different things, and of course, some of the investment will also be around incenting physicians to do evening and weekend surgeries as well, and the teams. So there's a variety of different things. It doesn't just sit in one. Some of the workforce work that's happening will also contribute to the reduction of the surgical wait list.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So in the central zone, if we look at the number of surgeries that were performed in January, February 2019, that was 5,439 surgeries for those 2 months, first 8 weeks of 2019. And then we go to the first 8 weeks of this year, and that has dropped to 5,022. That's a decrease of about 7.5%. So what's going on in Central Zone? Like, why are we seeing the number of surgeries actually go down from 2019?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So the January and February, from the information from the department, all surgeries are 550 more compared to the same time in 1920. So the data at the Department of Health says that in January and February there were an additional 550 surgeries completed. The wait list has been reduced by 5,346 patients, and overall we have done 550 more surgeries this year than the period being referenced in 2019. So that's what we have from the department.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So that appears to contradict the information that's available publicly online. Because what we're seeing in the central zone, the number of surgeries is down 417 from 2019. So that's what's available publicly for us. So that is a contradiction there. In terms of, is there something going on in Central Zone? Do we have a lot of vacancies there? Do we just need more surgeons there?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
Some of the things I think that would contribute in Central Zone. So we have, 50% of the population in a confined area in Central Zone. I think we also need to consider the fact that in Central Zone, the reason we want to talk about infrastructure is that we need to expand based on the population and the needs of the population to expand our surgical capacity. We do look at adding additional OR sites. I think really streamlining the processes as well, adding additional endoscopy suites, taking those surgeries outside of the hospital wherever possible. And I think one of the things, we look at Central Zone, so not only is it the local hospital, but it's also the quaternary and tertiary hospitals. So in addition to serving this population, the folks in Halifax also serve the entire province. So the most critically ill or injured folks often come here for specialized care. So that, of course, would impact some of the surgeries. But I will say that there has been a great deal of work done around streamlining processes, looking at ways to expand surgeries, and we are seeing some early results in that approach.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So in the month of February, according to the NSHA website, there were well over 800 vacancies just in the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Can the Minister comment on why that is?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
I actually would ask the member to repeat that question because we've talked about, was it 800 in total? Is that what you asked?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
Yeah, so obviously the vacancy rate in Nova Scotia Health is tracked on a regular basis and we do get updates. So there would be There's always ongoing vacancies, so not only do we need to attract from outside to bring more people into the system, but we also have a lot of internal churn in an organization that is this big. So there may be a posting, I may be already a full-time employee, I may move into that posting, leaves my vacancy. So it is a bit of a moving target. So there is, vacancy rate, and those postings would be the most current, trying to bring people in from the outside across all disciplines. I'm assuming, yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So when we talk about doctor recruitment incentives, I was pleased to see the announcement yesterday? About the doctor, yes, it's a blur, right? About the plan to return the doctor recruitment incentive to the central region. Can the minister speak about why that incentive was taken away? I mean, I've made no bones that I thought it was a mistake, but as the minister likes to point out, I'm not a physician and I'm not a nurse or any of those things. But I thought it was a mistake because 50% of the population does in fact live here. So we've had 2 years where we did not have that incentive, and we saw that wait list skyrocket, particularly in Central Zone. So I wonder if the minister could speak to why it was taken away and why it was returned and why now.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
As we've said before, the prior incentive programs meant that 60% of physicians prior to the change in 2021 settled in this area. And we know through discussions with meaning Central Zone when I say this area. We know that through discussions with a variety of different people that we also have to ensure that our wait list and our rural folks are also ensuring that we can settle physicians there. And there are different amenities. We hear from physicians that there are different amenities. There are people who prefer an urban practice. It can be more what would I say, more specialized, I guess, in terms of office-based care versus perhaps in a rural community where there would be other expectations around coverage of long-term care facilities, hospital emergency departments, hospitalist cares, etc. So I can tell you since 2022, there were 43 physicians, who settled. There was a loss of 42, so we didn't see an exodus of physicians or any difficulty. The recruitment remains static in Central Zone as a result. We do continue to work with recruiters, and we work with our operators, etc. And so now that we have had some success recruiting outside of Central Zone, we feel confident that we're increasing the number of physicians. As we said, there's net new physicians. Not only we felt that this was the time to implement a central incentive. So I think it's an extension of the program we already have. We're going to continue to look at it through the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment and also through our recruiters at Nova Scotia Health, and we'll continue to adjust to the market. We also are really pleased with the again, I go back to that contract, and that in itself is such a significant recruitment tool. We're really pleased to have that settled.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
But we have heard consistently, and not just from this health minister, but from previous health ministers, that new doctors who are beginning to practice don't take on the number of patients that doctors did in the past. So unfortunately, one doctor does not equal one old-time doctor, I don't know what to call them, senior grizzled veteran does not equal one new doctor, unfortunately. And when you have a growing population, as we do here in Metro, it doesn't equal. So you can't just, it's not like, oh, they're balanced out. They're not even remotely balanced out. And so we saw a massive growth in the number of people without doctors in this area over the last 2 years. And I feel like, and what I hear from constituents is they feel like we were sacrificed during that 2 years. We have people who do not have doctors. The guy who gave me the letter about the doctor leaving after 1 year went on the wait list for the 3rd time in like 2 years. Doctors kept leaving. Every time we got a new doctor, they left. And I know him. I don't think it was him. But HRM in particular, Central Zone in particular, was adversely affected by the decision to remove that incentive. And, you know, having, at a time when you have a population that is growing, I mean, we hear about it all the time, right? That, you know, everything's growing, it's better. I'm on my 3rd riding. That's how much population growth is happening here in Metro. I'm on my 3rd riding because it just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller because we have so many people coming in. And yet, we had the same number of doctors as we did the year before, and it doesn't work. So why now and not 2 years ago, I guess is my question. Was it the wrong decision to take that physician incentive away is what I want to know.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So there's been a number of things that have been happening. Different things have been happening in different areas of the province based on the need. So one of the things I will mention is that we've really been working on strengthening collaborative care teams. So again, moving away from that promise of 1 doctor for every Nova Scotian to a health home. So there have been 29 collaborative family practice teams that have been strengthened in Central Zone as a result of the investments that we've made, which has allowed people to use the fullness of their scope. The incentives, again, I feel very confident in the approach that we've taken. Some of the work that's also happened in Central Zone is around the incubator clinics, so really supporting folks who wanted to be in an urban practice, bringing them in to Dell Family Medicine, using a practice optimization team, paneling people up and moving them along so that we can actually seed and create more collaborative family practice teams. So I'm okay with the approach. We are competing. We're competing nationally, we're competing internationally for physicians. And I expect that over time, our incentives, our approaches, the ways in which we attract people will change. What works in one area of the province doesn't work everywhere. Daycare is very, very important as an example. So there are things that we need to do outside of incentives to support our healthcare providers, not only physicians, but others as well. And so we continue to do that through the work that's happening in community with the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment and with the employers.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Well, I hope none of those physicians have new babies because it's really tough to find daycare for infants right now. I think we've all heard from constituents and they are not finding that, and that's here in Metro where there's supposed to be more of that kind of thing here. So what I'm hearing from the minister is that the fact that they canceled the physician recruitment wasn't a mistake. It was a good thing. The incubate. When we look at the doctor numbers, when we start going around Metro, we can see huge increases. And in fact, when I look at what was the number of people on the doctor wait list in September of 2021 for the entire of Central Zone, that's pretty much the number of people who are on it just for the Bedford-Sackville zone now. So, or trouble remembering the different names, but the Bedford-Sackville area, that's basically the number on the list, the doctor recruitment list, waiting for a doctor. That number there is what we're on the list for the entire central zone back in September 2021. So I really want to drive home to the minister that there are a lot of people who do not have access to doctors now as a result of the fact of a policy decision that was taken that basically it meant that we were not recruiting doctors in this area. If we only replaced the ones that were going out, that wasn't enough. Population was growing, and the people coming in, the doctors coming in, were in fact taking fewer patients. So saying, we have basically the same number of doctors, that doesn't work in this equation, because the doctors are taking fewer patients, and there are more people who are on the wait list. As the minister herself spoke about, I think it was about 35% of the people who are on the wait list are on there because they're new to the area, however you determine the area, and it could be the province, and it could be just, they could have moved within the province. But the other part of it is you have 55% of the people who are on that wait list are on there because their doctor left, and they don't care whether they retired.
Order. I'd like to remind the member of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, of Rule 13.6 of bowing coming in and out of the room. I normally would not bring that attention, but you have been in and out a lot lately. Excuse me. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps we'll move on. Right. Absolutely. Happy to hear what the minister has to say.
I recognize the honourable Minister for Health.
So I do want to respond just in terms of access. I do want to just remind, if you are on the Need a Family Practice Registry, you do have access to primary care through Virtual Care Nova Scotia, and it is free. And there are a number of primary care clinics who will see you in person in the event that you need to be seen. So there is access for individuals. We are right now testing and trying an app which will allow individuals to have access to some of their records, which, we would say arguably in terms of, how do I get these different, my diagnostics, etc. But part of the issue and how we work with physicians now is that we need to be open to different ways. And part of the issue is that there was always a one out, one in. So in order for a new physician to take over a practice in the earlier years, there had to be a physician that left. And so we were not able to overstaff areas where we anticipated some of this growth. So we do know that this could have been corrected in some degree, not all, by bringing in physicians and allowing them to work, reduce their hours. So this transitioning in and transitioning out is a really important policy change that's also occurred that allows our senior physicians to work in a lesser capacity if they choose and mentor newer physicians as they come and enter and take over practice.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
And I do want to say I was really pleased to see this government continue the work that we started with having pharmacists expand their scope of practice, for example, having virtual visits, that kind of thing. To me, that was important, but it does not replace having a family physician. Let's be clear. And that app, that was the $2 million. That's what that $2 million was. I was trying to remember it earlier. The $2 million was for that some patients to be able to get their records. I was at that announcement. They talked about it, $2 million. And the problem with that is, of course, it's not in Metro, and it's for people who already have a doctor. So it didn't help the people that I'm talking about at all, that trial. So that's where that $2 million was. The other day in the House, the minister spoke about, I think concerns were raised, it might have been by me, I can't even remember, about people who don't have doctors and who need to be followed by a family physician or a nurse practitioner. They need someone with eyes on what's going on them. And the minister spoke about that some patients who really need to have someone following, let's say they're undergoing treatment for cancer or something like that. Could she just explain how you move from being on the family practice wait list? Like, who decides that you need to be followed by someone? How does that happen? Because I don't think that's well understood, and I think if what are the criteria? How do you suddenly go from being on the need a family practice wait list, and someone somewhere decides that you need to be seen by a doctor on a regular basis? So I'd love to find out some more about that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So there's been a couple of things that have been underway. So when we formed government, the Need a Family Practice Registry was a list, and it was simply that. It didn't really give us any line of sight on the individuals on the list. And appreciating that everyone needed a family practice, there were individuals who had more acute chronic health care needs. So in the spring, we asked people to update their information through 811 or through an email process, and we verified the list, and we asked people to tell us about their health status. We needed to know a little bit more about them because it simply was a list of names, and it really was not, so it allowed us to be able to appreciate individuals who more urgently needed to be seen. So we did create an incentive, first of all, that was eligible to physicians from July 1st to October 31st, as long as patients were onboarded by end of calendar year. That if physicians took 50 patients with higher needs from the Need a Family Practice Registry, they would receive $10,000. So 65 physicians participated in that. And through that incentive and other access and stabilization investments, there was about 15,316 patients that were attached as of December 2023. And then the recent contract, of course, with physicians also incents people to attach and provide access to patients. And also the primary care innovation hotline resulted in about 13 requests that allowed almost immediate support to strengthen and stabilize practices, which also prevented 16,000 patients from going on the list. So those were some of the early initiatives. We do have primary care clinics across the province where people can be seen. And what we've seen across the province is that when people are referred through virtual care providers will assess whether or not the chief complaint that you call in with needs to be seen in person. So individuals who need to be seen in person can be seen, and those clinics, in the most acute cases, can follow patients in order to provide them with care. And then, and the other thing too is it does help when they transition to their provider, to their practice, to their health home, because they've had regular care. So their medications are up to date and things like that. So the primary care clinics are an important adjunct in order for people, and that happens when you're on the Need a Family Practice Registry, that you update your health status, and then after a virtual care visit, if the primary care provider feels you need to be seen in person, you'll be referred to the primary care clinic.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So I did want to say, I do think like the primary care clinic, the mobile one that comes to Sackville on the weekends, I think is really valuable. I've referred tons of people to it. It's really important when you have, close to 20,000 people without family doctors, the knowledge that people can go in there on the weekend and get that care is really helpful to them, and I really appreciate that new service. I think it's very valuable. I'd love to see it 7 days a week. So I I would sort of put a plug in for that really when we have areas that have 20,000 people who do not have family doctors, I think we probably need it more than just 2 days a week, but God, I'm really happy that we have it. I will say that when I went in there one Sunday, though, when I asked one of the people working there, they said, it's on for now. And I said, what does that mean? And they said they didn't know. And I do know that there have been times where it's not on the schedule and then suddenly it's on the schedule again. So I'm looking for an indication from the minister that this is going to continue for the foreseeable future until the doctor wait list comes down in that particular area. And, you know, the other ones around the province that are being held in places where there are not enough family doctors, I want to make sure that those continue to serve those areas, not just until an election or a by-election. I want to make sure that they actually continue on so that people can get the care they need, because right now, I can tell you, if you're trying to go to a walk-in clinic in the Bedford area, and I'm assuming Hammonds Plains too, good luck.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
Yeah, so there is no plan to reduce those mobile clinics. They've been incredibly effective. They were stood up within 24 hours of Fiona, in fact, to support folks in Cape Breton. It was amazing to see actually how quickly that came together. Really grateful for the folks that work there. And I will also just mention, in terms of folks needing ongoing care, there are a number of things that are happening as well. I just want to speak a little bit about the chronic disease care that's happening. So there are investments happening around chronic disease in the province. And the other thing I would say as well is that by using the full scope of practice and that enablement that happened, you know, when we announced those clinics, people saying they've been trained for 20 years and never had the opportunity to practice in the province until those clinics opened. So certainly there is a lot of chronic disease management that's happening with the pharmacists across this province. So particularly in cardiovascular disease, diabetes management, and it's been very, very effective and people quite like it. And it does allow actually kind of outside of regular office hours as well for folks. We're looking at the Inspired program as well to support people living with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. We're looking at home-based chemo and oncology care. The Oncology Transformation Project also provides really great support. And we're looking as well at cardiac rehab programs as well, because we know cardiovascular disease is so prevalent in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South. Sorry, Bedford Basin.
Okay. Actually, one of my colleagues met with a young woman recently who is in her 30s. She has cancer. She has no family here. And her oncologist had to put her on palliative care so she could get a blood test. So I think there are still people who are falling through the cracks. I mean, to me, somebody like that who's on the doctor wait list, who has cancer, should not have to go on palliative care so that she can get a blood test. So if the minister could speak to that, and also, you know, give us a number who to call that we should, so we can make sure that this young woman has somebody following them, because we can't have people with cancer going into palliative care so that they can get a blood test.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
Yeah, I think what I would say is that, you know, oncologists are able to order blood tests, so I think I would really need to understand that individual case. It's not something I can comment on. The Oncology Transformation Project, as an example, is a project that connects patients directly to their healthcare providers. So again, I think that's a very individualized case. I'd have to know a little bit more about it. There's significant work that's happening that's going to give access to cancer patients in the province, clinicians 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There is AI built into this. It's a project that we're working on with Varian, but also, there is a web of providers across the province. Sometimes patients are referred to palliative care for symptom management because they are experts in symptom management, and I've seen that over the course of my career. So I think it's a very individualized case, and I'm happy to talk to the member about it afterwards, but I would not think that that would be the norm. I'd need to learn a little more.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you very much, and I have let the member know that she should reach out to you, and they can have, and then you can have that conversation. So thank you very much on that particular one. So if we look at the budget here, could the minister point to me which lines are related to doctor recruitment incentives? Are there any other new incentives for doctors in the budget other than the one that was announced yesterday, which wasn't mentioned in the budget speech, which I find odd, but because that's a big deal for Metro to actually be getting that doctor recruitment benefit back. So I'm surprised it wasn't mentioned in the budget speech. But if you could just point out where those are, on what page, etc. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So it would fall on page 14.8 in the budget, physician services, other programs. It would be included in that number. What I will say is that there is no cap. We're estimating for sure, because there's no cap on the amount of incentive. We will we'll give incentives to the numbers that we can recruit to.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Is there another program to help bring doctors in other than the one that was announced yesterday? Is there anything new that this government is doing to incent doctors to come here other than what was announced yesterday?
The other side. Tell her to come on the other side. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So there are a number of things that are happening around the recruitment of all healthcare professionals, but in regards to physicians specifically, so certainly working with the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Nova Scotia and looking at the licensing requirements, so looking at the mid-career exams. So as a result, certain areas, UK physicians as an example, no longer need to take mid-career exams, and I can tell you that's very, very enticing. Some of those policy changes, looking at credentials, are the U.S. physicians, as an example, being able now to come and work. So the incentive programs are one thing. Also, a lot of recruitment missions have been happening with the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment and Labour Skills and Immigration, as well as colleges and employers going and talking about Nova Scotia, sending physicians wherever possible, sending Dr. Grant, making sure that we can offer on the spot, like, these are your credentials, this is this, let's go. Working again with the folks in immigration to understand how to bring folks here. And I would say, too, arguably, the reputation that Nova Scotia is gaining. So we're adding physician assistants, scopes of practice, health homes, the infrastructure. There's been a number of things. The robotic program, Varian is first in the world. So in addition to family physicians, I just will put a plug in for that ethos system, that radiology oncology. Dr. Robar and the program he and Dr. Casey have developed is really going to be world renowned. And so success breeds success. So there are a number of things, and also the Patient Access to Care Act. We also have I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll look for the number, the Atlantic Registry, which allows physicians to move through the Atlantic provinces and work. I think there's roughly maybe 150 physicians who have taken advantage of that program, which gives them some economic mobility. And they're actually physicians who like to go away and work on their vacation, right? So, you know, not all of us prefer that, but some of the physicians do, or they'll come home for the summer and be able to work. So there are a number of things that are helping us, you know, support the system and support physicians.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
To have less than 10 minutes left in our hour. So I was just thinking maybe I just would ask a few questions about hospice care. Now, my understanding is that the Halifax Hospice comes under your purview, and I know we're expanding some programs for grief and things like that. I wasn't sure whether the grief programs came under your mental health. Okay. But Halifax Hospice, we don't have enough beds for our population here in Metro. Was there any request from Halifax Hospice to expand their services? Are you planning to expand their services? Any of that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So what I would say is under this budget process, there was no requests. So sometimes we get off-cycle requests from individuals or organizations. So if there is something that came from hospice, it would be done kind of outside of the budgetary process in terms of the contract with Nova Scotia Health. So there is hospice care, but I also would just like to say as well that there are palliative care nurses and physicians and staff throughout our healthcare system, and there's actually an excellent program that many healthcare workers are trained in called LEAP, which is a palliative care program. So in addition to hospice, palliative care is delivered in our acute care system as well as in our long-term care facilities as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So I want to make sure I'm just sort of getting the language right here. So when you say outs, it was nothing in this budget process. Are they invited to let you know what their needs are? I mean, if they put in a request, do you view it as outside the budgetary process if you didn't invite them? I'm just trying to figure out how that works for this particular stakeholder.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So it is a contract with Nova Scotia Health. So if there was a request for an expansion of contract, there is a business case process that often comes through. There has been an increase in utilization pressures for hospice of $411,000. So I don't know if, I just don't know if there's a business case that is in front of us that I'm not aware of, but it did not come through the normal budgetary process. But partners know how the budget works, and certainly business cases come to us on a regular basis, and there would be ongoing dialogues with service providers throughout the province. It's not a once, and it's not like we don't pick up the phone the rest of the year. When we know that there's service providers with pressures, there's a contact in Nova Scotia Health that they can contact and let us know. So there is an increase of $411,000 for utilization pressures. Outside of that, I don't know if there's anything else that's been submitted.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Bedford Basin with a note that she has 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in her time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Chair. Certainly, I think the norm is like 7 or 8 beds per 100,000 people, and I don't think Halifax Hospice has anywhere near that. So I would not be surprised if they were looking to expand or something like that. So I just think healthcare can include end-of-life care, as the Minister well knows, given her background and given where she used to work. So I do want to put it out there that I know we have a number of hospices throughout the province, and I think it's important work. I had a friend who passed away in that particular hospice, and it was a actually, she didn't pass away there. She came home, but she was in that hospice for a long time, right? So I just think it was a really a lovely place for her to be for a good portion of the last part of her illness. So I guess I will leave that there. I did want to mention that some time ago, when we were in government, we did up the budget for ovarian cancer for research here. And that's an illness that, affects women, but also it's often tough to diagnose, etc. And I'm just wondering, is there any money in the budget to increase the money that goes to ovarian cancer? I don't have to tell the minister, because I know she knows, because we've talked about this before, but that often women's health gets short shrift, whether it's gynecological issues, heart issues, or anything like that. So, I would love if she could speak in the final 2 minutes here about what they're doing to improve women's health here in Nova Scotia. And I apologize if I haven't given you a lot of time to do that.
Order. I would like to have that on record, so I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
But if I apologize for not giving you a lot of time to answer that question, but if not, we can always continue it later, and I can ask it in my next visit back here.
I would also like to state that there's a lot of chatter in the room, and I've tried politely to get eye contact, but please keep it down. Some of the honourable members' voices aren't as loud, so we want to make sure that the minister hears them, and I hear them as well. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So thank the member for the question. So in terms of women's health, the primary care clinics for women and people with uteruses, we are looking at well women's clinics across the province to make sure that people have the care that they require. I would also like to say that we've been very fortunate. We've been able to work with the Health Association of African Canadians and have been able to expand the Sisterhood Initiative, which is really important. So the Brotherhood Initiative predated our government, and when we were here, we were able to work with HAWK to expand that. So the Sisterhood team provides medical care, managing ongoing health conditions, clinical therapy, obviously healthcare system navigation, so we're really pleased about that. 10 prenatal clinics offered by physicians across the province, obviously, and there is an unattached newborn program in Central Zone, which connects newborns to a clinic.
Order. The time has lapsed. I now recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North with an hour of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy if the minister wants to finish her answer to the member from Bedford Basin. Go ahead. At some point, probably.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
I said she would probably ask the same question eventually anyway, so we'll kill two birds with one stone here. So again, around that, the perinatal and the newborn services. Also, the Rose Clinic, which was the former termination of pregnancy unit, which is now called the Reproductive Options and Services Clinic, is still available, of course, and there is absolutely no change to the care that's provided in this very important service in Nova Scotia Health. The Pelvic Health Centre at IWK, which is a woman's ambulatory program, which is 2 subspecialty clinics, the endometriosis and chronic pelvic pain clinic and the Maritime Centre for Pelvic Floor Health have been developed. And so we're happy to support them through the IWK. In 22-23, there were 65 new and 132 recheck appointments. So this is a program that runs over a number of weeks in order to support people. Cervical screening program continues, the Nova Scotia breast screening program. And in regards to the specific question about ovarian cancer, I did miss a tour with them recently. I believe it was because of weather. I can't remember if it was during the Snowmageddon we recently had, but I was able to meet virtually with the individuals involved in the research, and I have agreed to go at a later date after the House to see a tour, but there hasn't yet been an official request. I suspect there will be, but at this current time, there has not been one.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So right before I finished my previous hour, I asked about the nursing incentive, the $10,000 incentive program, and the report from the Auditor General. So my question around that was, has the department assessed what went wrong with the program, and will it be offered again?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I thank the member for the question. So the 2,000 was the allocated amount, like that was the we didn't really know how many we would invite back. There was 148 people who came back over a 10-day period. But what's really important about that is, I don't have the number off the top of my head, I'll find it, but a number of those folks who came back out of that 148 came in very hard to recruit areas. So critical care units, smaller hospitals, those types of things. So the 148 did have a significant impact in terms of staffing very hard to staff areas, right? Very specialized nurses who came back into the system, so we were pleased with that. So that was the 2,000 was the cap, because we really couldn't ascertain, because of individual circumstances, how many we would attract back. We were very, very pleased in 10 days to have 148 people come back and take permanent positions in the health authority, particularly in those hard to staff areas.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. So Minister mentioned 10-day period. Was it only open for 10 days, or is it sort of rolling, like, you know, have there been more people that have taken advantage of the program outside of those 10 days? Can the minister explain that? And also, will the program be will the program be offered again with this year and this budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So this year, there is a retention incentive for nurses. They're frontline registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, and nurse practitioners who remain working in a publicly funded employer in 23-24 and sign a 2-year return of service by March 31st, 2024. So we don't have the numbers because they're just starting to sign up for that 2 years. So they would have got their retention bonus last year. This is the second part of it. So this is the retention incentive. So by March 31st, at the end of this year, nurses, registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, and nurse practitioners can sign on for a 2-year return of service. And they will receive an additional $10,000 by March 31st. So we don't have the numbers yet.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, because we keep hearing this 148, but really it could be way more than that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Yeah, so last year there was kind of 3 streams. So there was a thank you bonus for nurses who were working in the publicly funded system, and it was prorated to their FTE, right? So nurses got that. The incentive that you're talking about was a return to nursing incentive. And so we allocated enough for up to 2,000 because we really weren't sure about the uptake, because those folks had left the system to a variety of different reasons. So it was paid to nurses who left the public system and who agreed to return with a 2-year return of service at that time. And it was signed before March 31st, 2023, and that's where the 148 nurses came from. So all nurses got 10,000 that are in the publicly funded system. Is it right?
Yeah, sorry. Just the last bit.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
No, this was 23. So the return to nursing incentive were for people who left the system, who would get $10,000 if they would come back to the publicly funded system and sign on for 2 years at that time. So it would take us to 20. So from 23, they had to sign by March 2023, and it would bring them, they had to remain employed until 2025 in that position. Okay, and there was 148 of those individuals who came back into the system, particularly in hard to care for, hard to staff areas.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so then by this March 31st, you don't have the numbers because so there's another pot of money from April for this current fiscal year that we're about to end. And there may be more people that sign that agreement. So the 148 signed it by March 31st, 2023. And so there'll be another group of people that may have signed it or may sign it by March 31st, 2024. Is that correct?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So they're two separate streams. So if you were in the publicly funded system last year and you got $10,000 or the equivalent, like your FTE equivalent of that, you are now, if you remained in the system, eligible for the $10,000 this year. The others were people who left the system and came in. It's not complicated, but I don't want to say it wrong. Like, you got me? Okay. But the signing isn't until the end of this month. So if you're in the publicly funded system as a registered nurse, licensed practical nurse, or nurse practitioner, and you are going to remain in the system, you are able to sign by the end of this month. So we've budgeted an allocation for it based on utilization last year, but until we see who's going to sign those, we can't really tell you what the number is.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
I get all of that, but what I'm asking, is there more people, is there more money or more allocation in the past fiscal year for the return to nursing program? So so there was 148 that returned to nursing by March 31st, 2023. That's almost a year ago. Has there been an opportunity for people to return to nursing between April 1st and March 31st, 2024? And are we waiting to find out how many people did that? Or is that program kind of over and it's the people now that are in the system?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So that incentive is over. However, there would be places where there would be sign-on bonuses for nurses returning, you know what I mean? Like, there's a number of different things, yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
I'm so glad we got to the bottom of that. So an email shared with our caucus in October of 2023 describes a nurse practitioner's position untimely dissolution from Nova Scotia Health and being deemed redundant. We're told that staff cited not having a need for another prescriber, despite any nurse practitioner's wide array of skills. This nurse practitioner sent letters expressing their concerns to the government and did not receive a response. Why is Nova Scotia Health dissolving positions where healthcare professionals are willing and able to help?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
I'm not really in a position to speak about an individual situation. My understanding is Nova Scotia Health is recruiting. I really can't comment on that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
But without talking about the individual situation, is it a practice of Nova Scotia Health to deem nurse practitioner positions redundant? I guess that's a more generalized question on that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Yeah, so that's really an operational issue. So whatever happened in terms of a position would happen between the employer, the employee, and the union. It's the recruitment continues in a variety of different areas, but that's an operational question that I really can't comment on.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, since the Come Home to Nova Scotia program was launched, 11 physicians have started practicing here. In November and December 2023, no new physicians started practicing under the program. I'd like to know how much was spent on the Come to Home Nova Scotia program. How was the program's effectiveness measured? And again, is it carrying on into this current year's budget? Can I get to?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. I would have to check specifically on that, but the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, through their operational funding, would have a variety of different ways that they would reach out to people. So I recently saw a video that hopefully will be launched as well. So there's just a variety of things. So in terms of that particular video, I would have to check. But there is an operational budget that allows Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, and then NSH would also have how they market us as a great place, a great destination to come home and live and work. And so I know that they're often working on promotional tools, not only with within the department, but also with some stakeholders as well. So I'd have to check on that particular video. I don't have it off the top of my head.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Dartmouth North.
Thanks. Yeah, so it was the video that so I'm asking how much the program costs. So that would be the cost of the making of the video?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
I would say it's embedded in the operational work of Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, because that's part of the work that they're doing, creating promotional marketing things so that when they do international, so that would target a particular individual that we want to come home. But there would be other campaigns as well where they would take the promotional materials on their recruitment missions, as an example. So it would just sit in the operations of the department in terms of the marketing approach that they would use the marketing budget.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Dartmouth North.
Thanks. Well, if you could get us the budget line from the marketing for the office, that would be great. We received a letter from the nursing team at the, actually, the nursing team and other healthcare team at the North End Community Health Center describing how they were deemed ineligible for the provincial retention bonus. Since North End Community Health Center is funded in large part by Nova Scotia Health, what was the department's rationale for deciding which nursing staff in the public system would be eligible for the bonus?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the incentive was for publicly funded employees, and so there are individuals who work for community-based organizations or other organizations that are maybe receive grant funding, but they actually employees of a different organization. So this was open to individuals in the publicly funded system. So there were some folks who were excluded as a result of that, and perhaps that is one of the organizations that was excluded, but they work for that community-based organization rather than for the system in the publicly funded system itself.
I recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Yes, I mean, with all these types of programs, I guess there has to be some kind of cutoff, but I wonder if there's value in expanding that program. And like if you know, if you're seeing good results with the retention bonus, then has it been considered to extend it to other organizations, maybe not private companies per se that don't get any, but you know, organizations like North End Community Health Center have a ton of funding from Nova Scotia Health and the department. So like they are their own. I understand that they are the employer, but is there a suggestion or a thought to maybe expanding that program? Because if we can't keep nurses in those organizations, then and they go, then nurses from another place that are publicly funded could migrate there, right? So you know, it's a nurse is a highly valued nurse. Wouldn't you agree?
I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you to the member for the question. So of course there are a number of nurses that work in the system that are not part of that publicly funded system, and it doesn't mean they're not valuable. We did have to have parameters around the incentive program that we offered, the thank you bonus that we offered, and you know, for the most part the parameters will remain the same. The point is taken. I heard from a number of people, nurses that provide foot care. There were a number of people that worked in different organizations, and it is difficult, but of course, as you said, there has to be parameters, and so I appreciate the comments, but I don't expect that there will be any change in the on income, like in the next tranche of incentives.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
I appreciate the minister's candor and honesty in her questions, Mr. Chair. It's refreshing. Applications for the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment Community Fund were accepted until November 2023. Were any of the funded projects successful in their recruitment efforts? And how many projects received funding? And how many healthcare professionals were recruited? Thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So 22-23, there were 28 applicants who received funding. So we used the money that was allocated. And so these are grassroots organizations that would do things like perhaps hosting events, but also promotional materials were created as a result of that. So there was a podcast, I think there was a magazine, videos, etc. for promotion. So overall, it adds to the recruitment. Certainly in some of the conversations that I've had, not always, I'll just give you an example. The individuals in those community organizations we bring together on an annual basis. Last year was the first one. We'll do another one this year. And it's really interesting for them to learn from one another. But I will say one of the things that stuck with me from that conference and some of the comments was that all of those organizations are beginning to see that while they represent and advocate for their own community. Healthy Pictou County talked about, if we can't recruit to this community, but we maintain and recruit somebody in Nova Scotia, we feel that that's a win. And so this is so the recruitment, it does add to the recruitment efforts across the province. I don't know that we really say, like, we spent this is the grant, and this is how many health professionals we got as a result of that. But these are the folks that are really, in some ways, the goal of the operator, Nova Scotia Health as an example, or IWK, is to recruit the physician in this case, but this team of individuals actually talks about recruiting the family. So making sure that they take them out and around and see all the different amenities. So I don't know if I can draw a straight line to it. It certainly adds to the recruitment efforts and the welcoming, and also it adds to the retention of healthcare workers when they have a good start in their communities. So I don't think I could draw a line to that. We do have a number of projects that are just about to be announced that were applied for. So I can't give you all of that information tonight, but it was well received. It's important to support and engage and encourage and financially support municipalities and community-based organizations who are volunteering to help bring healthcare professionals into the province. So we will continue that program.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As of May 2023, physicians were able to opt into the Atlantic Registry, allowing them to practice throughout the region. How many physicians have opted into the registry? And yeah, that's my first question. I have a couple more.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So since its launch on May 1st, 2023, over 270 physicians have joined the Atlantic Physician Registry. That's good. That was Laura.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
270. And so how is the impact of the registry being measured? And with the registry being in place for almost a year now, is there any indication that the registry is helping increase physician access across Nova Scotia? Is there evidence that the registry is reducing competition between areas that have equal need for physicians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So thank you for the question. So this is an initiative of the Council of Atlantic Premiers, and so the evaluation is happening under them. It's being watched very closely by the Canadian Medical Association, who talks about a pan-Canadian license, and so this is really country leading in terms of our ability to do this. So, and the feds are watching as well, very interested in the results. So that evaluation is underway. But we don't have any early indications that there's been any net loss as a result of this, which I think was the fear, right? That people would move. So there'll be more to say, but I just don't have that information. It is under CAP, and that evaluation is taking place now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, I'm going to move on from recruitment and retention to primary care. What are the department's goals and budgetary commitment for Nova Scotia Health providing service through virtual care Nova Scotia or telehealth from professionals other than family physicians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So this year, there will be an additional $16 million, $16.6 million to expand virtual care and to, more after hours and weekends on top of it. And we're also looking at asynchronous virtual care, so our ability to email our own primary care providers. So there's just different types of virtual care. There's synchronous, where we're together and we're back and forth, but there's asynchronous as well. And so perhaps there's things that can happen between ourselves and primary care providers in an asynchronous way. So there's a pilot for $518,000. These, it does get a bit convoluted, so we give it to, the Virtual Care Nova Scotia, who then has contracts. So the panel, the companies that we contract decide who's on the panel. We need to have primary care providers, so it's physicians and nurse practitioners. But the panel is, we don't hire the people. It's the contracted companies that we use. But there is another investment. The total budget for virtual care is $29 million.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. But I guess my question was actually for services other than primary care. So, is there an expansion or a contemplation of virtual care with physios or with, I don't know, healthcare professionals that are other than primary care providers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So it's a good question. I would say not yet, but we've seen it in other places. So we've seen virtual physio as an example when we were in Denmark. We are doing some chronic disease management. So I would point to the Oncology Transformation Project, using that app to provide some virtual support to individuals undergoing cancer treatment. And I think there's opportunities as we move forward. There's some inpatient things. We're also, just to give you a little hint about some things that we're doing under test and try, like cardiac rehab as an example, what are the options with wearables? So looking at using technology to help monitor our own health, but also to feed that information up to our healthcare providers. So, we do have a cardiac rehab program, but through the Innovation Hub, just trying to wonder what could happen with wearables in that case. So what does a heart rate go up to when there's exertion, and all of these different things to support people. And also I would say with the Inspired program. So we are doing some in-home and in pharmacy, but what is the opportunity for us to expand to more of a virtual chronic disease management model? And I think there's lots of people that would benefit from that. So I think you'll see that expand, but we're not this time. We got our hands full with what we got, but I think that is the vision moving forward, and certainly we've seen it in other places.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gotta ask, hate to ask, but I gotta ask, why was there no tender issued for the app, the Our Health Nova Scotia app?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So there was an existing contract with Ernst & Young, and it was an extension of the contract with that organization.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So Ernst and Young developed the Our Health Nova Scotia app. How was the host platform chosen, and why did that not go to tender?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
I think in the interest of time, I'll get back to you on that question if you want to ask the next one.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. I have a couple of other questions too for that, so I'll give you them all, and then would love to get the answers maybe tomorrow, or tomorrow. So the question was, why was there no tender issued for the Our Health Nova Scotia app? How was the host platform chosen, and why did that not go to tender? And it's been reported that both EY Canada and Think Research have been contracted to work on the project. What role is each company playing in the app's development? Are there any other third parties contracted to work on the app? And how long does the province's contract last? Good? Okay. So my next question is, Emergency Medical Care Inc. employs the contract workers who staff the 811 lines for initial patient contact. Many of these workers are on contracts with pay as low as $16 an hour. Does the department consider this amount of money for this work acceptable?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So the wages related to that contract, so we have the contract, EMCI, as the operators responsible for the wages associated with that contract.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I understand that EMCI is a private medical service provider. But yet, we still live in a country, in a province where, you know, technically our healthcare system is supposedly universal. I understand the minister's answer that it's a contract situation between the employer and the employee, but the government, our our public dollars are going to fund EMCI to pay for those workers. And so we do have a say in how much they get paid, and that can be contracted when we contract EMCI. So the question is, does the minister think that $16 an hour for that work is acceptable?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So again, the individuals who work in 811 are unionized. We respect the bargaining process. Certainly we have shown that we bargain in good faith. We've had other opportunities to settle through employers with a number of healthcare workers. We know that there's reviews going underway now. So I think that will unfold as the process unfolds. So we respect the ability of the employer and the unions to negotiate fair wages, and we will continue to do that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, following the meeting of the Standing Committee on Health about Indigenous communities' access to healthcare services, has a plan been drafted or implemented to uphold the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action in the provision of health services to Indigenous communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I thank the member for the question. So as the member knows, in April of 2023, the province, the federal government, and the Mi'kmaq chiefs signed a trilateral agreement, and so the MOU is in the first phase of kind of a multi-year health transformation. So that work is happening with the department. The chiefs, while they oversee the work that's happening, we do work with Dudjagamic and the health directors in community. And so there is work that is underway. So all parties have been engaged with the initial draft and anticipate an agreement in principle. Dudjagamic, in collaboration with Dudjagamic, we've committed to funding the Mi'kmaq Indigenous Patient Navigator Program. So there have been some strategic health partnership initiatives that have happened. So it was just signed less than a year ago, but that work is underway. Very important to us and the department. We very much value our relationship with Dudjagamic, not only in terms of the work that we can help and support in community, but also in terms of how we create a more equitable and safer healthcare system for all equity-seeking communities. But we are working closely with Dudjagamic on initiatives as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Great. So the MOU was signed in April, so about a year ago almost. What money was in the 2023, what year are we in? The 2023-24 budget for Dudjagamic for initiatives, and then how much is allocated this year for initiatives going forward in this fiscal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
I would say, again, not a super straightforward answer for you. So I'll just talk a little bit about the progress. So I will say since 2022 that there's been a significant federal investment of $15.75 million, and $2 million has come from the department to support mental health and addictions strategy work in community. There are designated positions and work that's happening, which is roughly about $1 million. So making sure that there are navigators at both IWK and throughout Nova Scotia Health. But there is also work that happens beyond the department between the service providers and the communities. So as an example, I think it was probably about 6 months ago, perhaps the fall, I was able to visit Eskasoni, sit with Chief Denny, understand the community, what are some of the concerns that they have in community there. Went to their health center, visited. We were able to connect the community with Dr. Karen Cross, as an example, who's doing some research on wounds. So there's other work that's happening around service provision. There was a request at the time to increase the number of services available in the Eskasoni Health Center, and so working with Nova Scotia Health, also doing some work at Cape Breton Regional Hospital with Nova Scotia Health. So it really is a partnership where Department of Health officials, Nova Scotia Health and Dudgeagamic Health Directors and Dudgeagamic and Health Directors meet on a regular basis to talk about the priorities that each of the communities have and how best we can support. Some is federal funding, right, or funding that comes to the band that is funded in community. Other is the work where we provide primary care and emergency care, et cetera. So it is a very complicated relationship financially, but we do work very hard to support the health directors and our Dudgeagamic colleagues.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks. Now, the minister just mentioned some work, $2 million, and some work, or $1 million to do, no, anyway, $2 million and then $1 million, and mentioned mental health services. And at that meeting of the health committee, I remember the conversation about, the idea of moving mental health services away from away from emergency rooms and emergency departments and moving mental health more into the communities. And so I'm wondering what work has been done in that area thus far. I see the mental health minister sitting behind, so maybe he can help.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So thank you. So there is a crisis line for addictions and mental health based out of Eskasoni, and it is available to all First Nation communities and is available in Mi'kmaq and English, is my understanding. But what's important to understand is that First Nation communities collect their own data and know the needs in the communities, and not all the communities are the same. And so we work with them as partners. And so communities identify things that they're concerned with, areas of importance to them, and we lean in and work with them as a partner. But they have the sovereignty through the band to identify some of the needs that are important in the community. So I will also note we are looking at what's the art of the possible with medical first responders in First Nation communities, as an example, with the EHS system. I know the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care can speak about the development that started under the former government for Kiknu, which is also in Eskasoni. So really working and understanding. There is, of course, there is a federal responsibility in terms of funding and a provincial responsibility, and so we also try to work within the parameters of that funding as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North with a note that the time has soon expired.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to ask about care for people with dense breasts. We saw a huge press conference happen yesterday in the legislature. I've met with Dense Breast Canada. The government, made it possible for women with breasts of C and D density to know that they have dense breasts. And yet we hear lots and lots of stories of women not being able to get follow-up screening after a regular mammogram, and lots of cancers being missed. Now, I also understand that some of the response to that is that the science doesn't show that with this secondary screening that lives are saved. But I want to challenge that a little bit and say we may not be just talking about lives being saved, but talking about quality of life and what kinds of treatments women have to go through or people with breasts have to go through when cancer is detected later than earlier. So I just want to ask the minister, has the department allocated any additional funding for dense breast screening to be provided at no cost, as is the case with the current standard breast screening program for women with dense breasts?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So thank you to the member for the question. We discussed this a little bit yesterday in the legislature. So currently there is no funding allocated for that. We've done a jurisdictional scan and there are no provinces offering supplemental screening by MRI or ultrasound as part of their routine breast screening processes, although there are some provinces it can be accessed by primary care provider referral to select locations, but maybe private clinics. So we're learning a little bit more about that. There's currently no clinical trials in Atlantic Canada for dense breast screening. We wanted to look jurisdictionally to see if that was happening. So what I said yesterday, and I'll repeat in the House, I can't change policy or I can't change clinical pathways on the floor of the legislature. It's not my place. We need to work with experts and understand the pathways. So I have committed after the House rises to speak to folks involved in the breast screening program to understand the gap between the folks who are advocating and the clinical research and what the evidence says. So it's not necessarily a no, it's just not right now, but certainly the advocacy is appreciated because it allows us to have different conversations. So, this is an important issue, and I appreciate the member opposite bringing folks, and I had a great chance to speak to people yesterday, but I just really, in this venue, there's been no business case put forward to us for that, and I'm really not in a position, nor I think any health minister, to change clinical pathways here, but it does allow us to ask better and different questions when we have an opportunity to speak to the clinicians, which is what we'll do. We'll take that opportunity when the House rises.
I would recognize the member, but order. The time has now lapsed. I will recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin with an hour for questioning.
Okay. Really, I do have an hour? Is that?
No, I stated it that way because when we pick up tomorrow, you will be able to finish. Right now, we are ending at 7:45 tonight.
Okay.
So
I've
31 minutes and 43 seconds.
All right, and I will be sharing some of my time with another member in the House along the way. And I've gone and there's my pen. Okay, great. So we were in the middle of a question, but then you answered it. Does the minister need a break? Okay. Okay, we'll just take a 5-minute break.
All right, we will take a 5-minute break. Order. Order. We will now resume. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
You know, a lot of the money, a lot of the money that we've seen allocated in this budget.
I apologize, but order. Order. I ask that the conversations in the gallery stop. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we know a lot of the money that's been allocated for the health budget this year is sort of dealing with the. Sorry, I'm just.
No, please. No conversations in the gallery, so we can hear what's happening down here. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Sorry, folks, I don't have a really loud voice. A lot of what we see in the health budget is reacting to the current crisis in the situation, right? The healthcare crisis. We don't see a lot new around prevention. And it may be just because we haven't heard, you know, what all is in the budget. But I was wondering, wondering if we're doing some more things around prevention than have previously been announced, number one. And the other thing is, I guess, and the minister did allude to it earlier a bit, talking about the age of our doctors. In our conversation, we talked about that, and some doctors. So we know from Doctors Nova Scotia that in the next 10 years, we're expecting to see a lot of doctors retire. I think I'm the tail end of the baby boomers. I always thought I was Gen X, but apparently I'm not. I was quite disturbed to find that out. But apparently I'm a boomer, which is annoying because I used to blame them for everything. So a lot of folks who are of my vintage and a little bit younger may be thinking about retirement in the coming years. So I was just wondering, can the minister talk about new preventive measures, number one, and B, I guess an ounce of prevention about the doctors leaving, and perhaps she can speak a little bit more. She has spoken about it a bit, but a bit more. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
I apologize in advance because I love to talk about this. So health promotion and prevention is absolutely a key component. So Solution 6 actually asks us and compels us to look at how we change the factors that affect people's health and well-being. And so I always say, I've probably said this before in estimates, and I know it sounds a bit cheesy, but I really mean it. I am the minister of the healthcare system, and all of my cabinet colleagues are the ministers of health, because every single one of them represents a determinant of health. So economic development matters, what happens in environment matters, what happens in education matters, what happens in finance matters. So all of those, if you look at them, they correspond to a determinant of health. And so when we're strong across government in terms of how we support people and having strong and vibrant communities, then we will have strong and vibrant people. So there's a couple things. Of course, this is the work of public health. And obviously, some are around the vaccine preventable diseases. Of course, we continue to do work in that space. I do want to talk about a really important initiative, though, called the Nurse-Family Partnership. And it's a new investment. It's an incredible program. It's between Nova Scotia Health, Public Health, the Nurse-Family Partnership. It's a very well-established program. So it really looks at the importance of early childhood development, and it starts prenatally and looks at the first 1,000 days, which are really, really essential time in a child's life. We also look at some of the work that's happening around poverty reduction across government. So we look at the school food and nutrition program, the school lunch program that has been that will be implemented. We look at the $10 a day daycare, but we look at this program in particular as partnering a registered nurse with a family who is deemed high risk. It is a voluntary program. So in the short term, we connect parents to resources and community supports. In the medium term, there's programming that can reduce. It's really about families setting goals with that nurse and supporting folks in achieving those goals. So that could be maybe getting a GED as an example, if that's what a parent needs. It could be looking at housing solutions. So it improves outcomes of pregnancy through supporting prenatal health. It improves children's subsequent health and development by supporting parents. So in addition to the Enhanced Home Visiting Program, which is a layperson approach to supporting parenting and attachment in the home, so does this program is a professional registered nurse. I did have outcomes, but I think I gave them to the Minister of Department of Community Services, actually. So the nurse-family partnership has proven the following positive outcomes: 48% reduction in child abuse and neglect as a result of the program, 56% reduction in ER visits for accidents and poisoning in childhood, 50% reduction in language delays at age 21 months, 67% less behavioral and intellectual problems at age 6, 32% fewer subsequent pregnancies in the home, 82% increase in months employed for parents, 61% fewer arrests of the parent, and 59% reduction in child arrests by age 15. So it's a hugely significant program, and we don't talk about that stuff. And I think as a former Minister of Department of Community Services, you can really appreciate the impact that this program is going to have. So it is in a test and try. It's in Eastern Zone, and there's a lot of fidelity with the program. The nurses, the registered nurses, have just been trained and onboarded, and they are accepting their first referrals right now. So it is really exciting. And anyway, if you ever have the chance, there's great videos. It's the Nurse-Family Partnership, and it talks, one of their taglines is "Better World Start with Great Mothers." And so really this is around supporting people, enabling people to be great mothers, because everybody wants to be a great mother. It's the barriers that we face in order to be that. And the other thing I would also just point to, which I mentioned earlier, is the partnership as an example that we've recently started and announced yesterday, I believe, with Novo Nordisk. So 37% of children in Nova Scotia are overweight or obese. And we know that 67% of Nova Scotians 12 years of age and older identify that they have one chronic disease. So again, when we look at Novo Nordisk, they're going to contribute $1.5 million, and we will match that to a $3 million pot and work across sectors. So municipalities, across government, and also with businesses and innovators to look at ways in which we can improve and prevent childhood obesity, and also attach that to economic development. So in Denmark, it's called the Lighthouse Initiative. It's just in Denmark. We're the first jurisdiction outside to participate, and they look at marrying health and wealth. So we're really excited about that partnership. It's in the infancy stages. So I could stand here all day and talk about the wonderful things that happen, but those are two key initiatives that I think will have a significant impact on our families and our children and on our parents in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
I really thank the minister for that answer. I don't know if I've spoken since she's been elected, but I always loved that program, Call the Midwife, because to me it shows what can happen when a government implements a social program. It can change communities. So having the right interventions at the right times can make all the difference to families. And as the minister probably knows, my eldest daughter gave birth in November, and they were in the NICU. And she had the benefit of of having a week and a half of those NICU nurses where, you know, these days, you're out the door after 24 hours, you know, and she had had a C-section, and she was checking herself out because she wanted to be down in the NICU with the baby, right? But I said to her, you know, you are getting the benefit of some really great advice that you wouldn't have had if you hadn't, if the baby hadn't come early. So it was one of those happy accidents, and I felt that she felt more equipped to handle new motherhood at the time. She wouldn't be a candidate for this particular program, but it did remind me of the old Mabel nurses that we used to have back in the day who would go visit at home. Are we looking at anything like that? Because I do think we send people home, and I know that there are social workers who will come around and come make a visit, but I must say that, you know, I was pretty convinced that I knew everything about breastfeeding a baby, having, you know, done it for years, and then I had my third, and that kid wouldn't latch, right? And I was so grateful that the Mabel nurse came to the house and showed me what to do with him, and we got things going, right? Would have been a very different. So what is available right now for new moms is what I'm wondering.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Minister of Health.
So thank you. A lot of the questions that you have are actually very much frontline, so it would be operational. So I can just tell you, you know, IWK, of course, would have a variety of clinics to support mums. Public Health has restarted their postpartum contact. Since the pandemic, of course, they were redeployed for obvious reasons around pandemic preparedness and intervention, but those programs are beginning to stand up more and more. We do have an enhanced home visiting program as well, where the public health nurse and community members can refer families, particularly mums, to have some parenting support. Just, you know, in terms of organizing the home and your life and trying to manage everything and the things you can let go and the things you can't. So those are a number of things that are happening. So we know that those first 1,000 days, those first 7 years are so important in a child's life. And so really looking at intervening and supporting families. And again, across government, what are the things that we can do to make sure that we have healthy mums, healthy babies, good attachment, and we reduce any of the barriers that may be causing stress, because there's nothing, if you're preoccupied with other things, it's very difficult to engage in a meaningful way. And giving people information. I remember learning the last hour of the day was the most important day in a child's day, and I thought, oh my God, oh no, that's the worst day for me. That's the worst hour of the day for me. So like really trying, if we know what we need to do, then we can, but we don't always have that information, particularly if there's been a break in our own parenting relationship. So a lot of work is happening around those first early years in order to support. And I would say, arguably, I talk about it all the time, the EDI data that we collect at school entry really is a baseline that we have year over year over year. And maybe not, we haven't fully implemented that as an evaluation tool, but I do think there's merit in looking at what is the possibility around some of the EDI data and how it trends. So working with education is really important.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Okay, so I have some questions here. Medical technologists. I'm hearing we don't have enough, that it's a big issue right now. And you know, quite frankly, across the healthcare system, what we are hearing from any number of players within the healthcare system, that we don't just need pharmacists, we need pharm techs and pharmacy assistants. It's as if the success of the CCA program has kind of sucked up all the people who might have gone into other things. So whether it's pharmacy tech, we're hearing from dentists that we don't have enough dental hygienists, dental assistants, etc. So we are hearing that there's a dearth of people in those roles, med techs, lab techs, all of those. We're hearing big issues. And just simply a lack of personnel in those, if the minister could speak to that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So thank you to the member for the question. So certainly, while we do focus primarily on some of those, maybe the higher number of folks, like we talk about nurses, physicians, paramedics, et cetera, we do know that there are a number of medical lab therapists, radiology technicians, et cetera. So there is work happening around training folks. We do have an agreement with Michener Institute to support some of those allied healthcare professionals. In regards to pharmacy technicians, we do have a good relationship with the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia as well as the college. So pharmacy technicians, of course, go through a program at NSCC. Pharmacy assistants can be trained in pharmacies. So looking at how we bridge assistance to technologists in order to alleviate some of the workload on our pharmacists. So that work is ongoing. And again, looking at how we can, expand scopes, but we are looking at the seats available. I would also say it is difficult in some places. There's publicly funded positions for dental hygienists, perhaps, or pharmacy technicians, but a lot of the competitive wages, etc., sit in the private industry. So pharmacies are private, dentist offices are private. So we do have to work with industry to better understand the challenges in order to increase the seats and do some workforce planning with them. So that work is in the very preliminary stages around some of those privately employed individuals.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
And I'm now going to cede the rest of my time this hour to the member for Cumberland North.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister and those from the department to help answer our questions. And Minister, my questions will be very focused on Cumberland North, and so that the people of the area can have some answers to some of the questions they've been asking me. So, Minister, I'm wondering if you would be able to let us know when the Pugwash Hospital, when the new hospital will be open. I know there's been some delays, and will there be any physicians hired to work at the new facility?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
So the facility in Pugwash is a public works project, and I would get you to ask the minister when she's up around some of those details. In terms of physician recruitment, it is ongoing. There's a lot of work that's happening in Cumberland. I'm just looking for a recent letter. So there is a lot of work that's happening, and as you know, you have a recruiter specific to Cumberland County that's there. The recruitment process has evolved immensely over the past couple of years at every level, but it will take time to realize the fruits of the labor. So recent approval by Department of Health of positions in the area is helpful. Training of physicians, the new contract for the Department of Health with the Department of Health and Wellness and physicians has proven to be very good in terms of supporting not only family medicine but also specialists and hospitalists, etc., ED docs. There's some work happening now with them. So there's a number of things that are happening, and as I said, I think it's Dr. Gradstein that you have in your area who is the recruitment person. She's doing a great job working with Dr. Inturo. So the compliment I don't have off the top of my head, but I know that there are efforts to recruit not only to that particular site, but also to the Cumberland County in general.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the minister. So I will refer those questions to Public Works when she comes up. Unfortunately, Dr. Gradstein has actually had to resign as a recruiter due to lack of physicians. She's gone back to full-time clinicals. We actually have no recruiter any longer in Cumberland. And so that is a concern too, that we may not have a recruiter that's actually making sure that we have our needs, that someone's advocating for us. That's the challenge when the zones are so big and you're competing with Pictou area and Truro area. So I am concerned that we've lost our recruiter, and I'm proud of her. I have a lot of respect for Dr. Gradstein, and she's filling a gap because we've lost 2 more physicians going to Ontario, one of our anesthetists, their husband and wife team, and one of our family physicians. So it's left a gap in our hospitalist schedule. So Dr. Gradstein has gone to fill that. Minister, I do have a couple of questions specific to Cumberland Regional Healthcare Facility, and I just want to acknowledge the incredible staff that we have at all of our hospitals, and certainly Cumberland Regional has gone through a lot of challenges over the last couple of years, and a lot of strains that have gone on there. So I do want to say thank you to each and every person that works at Cumberland Regional. Minister, there was an announcement in December of 2020 by the former government for an ER expansion and a 12-bed dialysis unit, and I'm wondering, again, that may be something that Public Works Minister will respond to that, but I was looking also for an update on that ER expansion and a timeline for when the dialysis unit will be built as well. And I'll give another question in case that is also going to be deferred to Public Works. One of the things that we had been working on was trying to bring access to Cumberland for chemotherapy for our patients. And about 3 or 4 years ago, several of us in our community had asked for, when this expansion happens at Cumberland Regional, the ER expansion, could room be allocated for a cancer care unit on an outpatient basis. So our vision was that we would be able to administer systemic chemotherapy at Cumberland Regional, because we were the only regional hospital in the province where all of our cancer patients had to receive systemic chemotherapy at either in Halifax or in Moncton. So everyone had to travel. And we also, our vision for that space was also that people could have virtual appointments with their specialists instead of having to travel, especially if it was just a quick checkup, as travel costs are so much for our residents. As well as our vision for that cancer care area was for focusing on prevention. So having an area where you could have clinics for skin cancer detection. So you could have a dermatologist come in and do clinics on people that were concerned about some moles. You could have well woman clinics and so on. So we had some good news a while ago, and that was that Nova Scotia Health had allocated funding for a cancer care physician to be able to administer chemo even before we got the expansion of the ER department. So we were all so pleased about that. And through the help of Dr. Gradstein, we were able to hire a physician to do that. But then just recently, Minister, we heard word that there was delays in implementing this cancer care. I don't know the details of what's caused the delays. I had heard that it had something to do with not the right equipment. So I'm wondering if the minister would be able to provide an update on that. So we do have the physician. We certainly have the desire in the community so that our patients with cancer diagnosis don't have to travel for their chemo. So wondering if the minister might be able to update that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I thank the member for the question. The design is underway for the 12-station dialysis unit, and as the member knows, following a flood in 2022, there was a renovated ED that was opened, which included, redesigned registration space, new triage space, private observation rooms, etc. So we do know that the design is ongoing, and it will inform the cost and the schedule of the project. So we just really have to wait for that piece to fall into place. And if the member wants to ask another question, we're just waiting to hear about the cancer care.
I recognize the Honourable Member with Cole Harbour with a note that we have 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister. Just if the Minister could also clarify that there will indeed still be an ER expansion, because I wasn't 100% sure just with the Minister's comments there. So we did have, after the flood in the emergency room, you're right, there was definitely some good work that was done, but it's still too small. In fact, the first week after the ER opened, the doctors had to there was a sticky on the closet that said exam room. They had to use the closet as an exam room for a patient. So it's definitely too small, and I know the medical lead, Dr. Aaron Smith, is well aware of that. I guess I could ask a question about staffing. So I did bring this up with the Minister of Advanced Education, and I'll just maybe ask if the Minister would be willing to advocate for this as well. We've continued to have a real shortage of staffing, specifically for registered nurses in Cumberland in general, and of course the whole northern zone doesn't have any educational opportunities for RNs in the northern zone. And I had asked, would the Minister of Advanced Education consider working to change that? So for example, Yarmouth has a satellite site for RNs through Dalhousie University. We certainly would have willing partners, I know, at NSCC campus in Amherst, where there's currently a practical nursing program. And that would certainly help long-term planning for RNs. A lot of people that want to become an RN decide to travel to Moncton because it's only 45 minutes away and they can continue to reside in Cumberland County and then come back home and work. But again, one of the concerns under the other department is that these nurses do not qualify for the Nova Scotia Student Loan Forgiveness Program. Even though they are Nova Scotia residents, Nova Scotia taxpayers, they come home to work, they're not qualifying. And I believe that discriminates against our Cumberland County nurses. So I'm wondering if the minister would be willing to advocate for an RN program to be established in the Northern Zone.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I thank the member for the question. Just to say that the emergency department is part of the design phase, that new ED. So there are a number of opportunities. I would say currently we would be looking at things like bridging. As you mentioned, there's an LPN program in Cumberland at the NSCC and in Spring Hill. Is it Spring Hill? I think it's Spring Hill. And so we would be looking at opportunities to bridge those folks to registered nurses. And so I know that there are a number of programs that will allow people to do that. And certainly, you know, the way people learn now is very different, and some people want to be able to continue to work in a casual capacity. So there would be opportunities potentially for LPNs to transition to registered nurses through online modalities. I know St. FX has an online program as well. And also there would be opportunities for CCAs to bridge to LPNs. So I certainly can't commit to having a registered nurse program in that area. We've expanded seats. We need to make sure that the seats we currently have are filled. And so it wouldn't be fair of me to signal that that would be something that we are considering in this budget, because it's not. We'll continue to assess the situation, but I do think there are opportunities for folks.
That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estate estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into committee of the whole on supply. Right? I recognize the government host leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that you do now rise and report progress.
So moved. Carried. We'll take a brief recess. Starting to get tired. Order. The chair of the committee of the whole House of Supply reports
that the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole House on bills.
The motion is carried. We will take a short recess to set up.
Order. Committee of the Whole House on bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that you rise and report progress.
The motion carries. We will now rise and report progress to the House. Order. Committee of the House resumes. I recognize Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the time of the adjournment for the House on Friday, March 8th be not 1 p.m. but 5 p.m.
We have a motion on the floor for the time of adjournment to be tomorrow, not to be 1 p.m. but 5 p.m. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Okay, we have a request for recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. The clerks will now conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns. Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Carla McFarlane. John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving.
No.
Tony Ince. Derek Mombercat.
No.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo. Ali Duale. Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessup.
No.
Braden Clark. Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
And Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
I didn't even start.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 28, nays 14.
The motion carries. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
That concludes government business for the day.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
I move to adjourn.
The motion is that the House do now rise to meet again tomorrow between the hours of 9 and 5 p.m. All those in favor of the motion indicate aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion carries. We stand adjourned. Thank you.